Welcome, Nightlings. This is Huxley. If you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, please check if you've rated the show. It helps more than you know. Do me a big favor and drop a comment below to help encourage the algorithm to show this episode to more people like you. It could be where you're listening from, the time there, your favorite story in history. Anything. I read every note. Whatever keeps you awake at night, someone has already walked through it. The exact fear. The one you don't say out loud. The one that waits quietly until you forget, then comes rushing back. Someone already walked all the way through it and lived long enough to leave a map for the rest of us. You are safe here. That is the first truth. Tonight we explore 24 lives and a sweet, gentle truth each one of them paid for dearly to learn. A hermit robbed of everything. A man with terrible blood on his hands who somehow walked out the other side forgiven. A woman told she was too much, too strong, too educated, who then discovered the opposite. And every one of them found the same thing, that underneath the fear, the ground always holds, that right now, this exact moment in your life is just the middle of your story, never the end. So let your shoulders down, let the day go. You do not have to solve a single thing before morning, you only have to listen. You are safe here. Welcome, Nightlings. This is Huxley. If you like listening or falling asleep to real stories that will reveal life's deeper truths, then this is the place for you. Consider subscribing and let the next story find you when you need it most. We are close towards a milestone for this little channel, 5,000 followers. It is not much, I know, but it is progress, and I cannot get there without your help. So, if you have thoroughly enjoyed one of my episodes, share it with a friend who needs it. Follow if you have not. It matters more than it should. Thank you. Now, let's settle in. Find a quiet place, turn down the lights and turn off those persistent little notifications and drift back. The year is 1570, give or take. Somewhere in the Dordogne region of southwestern France, a man named Michel de Montaigne is riding through the woods on his estate. He is in his late 30s. His closest friend is dead. His father is dead. 5 of his 6 daughters are dead, taken as infants by the casual cruelty of 16th century medicine. He has retreated from public life into a stone tower on his property, surrounding himself with inscribed quotations from Seneca and Cicero, as if the dead philosophers might explain what the living world cannot. He is riding slowly, thinking probably. He always seems to be thinking. He does not see the farmhand's horse. It comes from behind and slightly to the side, at full gallop. A big animal, moving with the careless momentum of something that does not know it is about to change the history of Western literature. It collides with Montaigne's smaller mount. The impact is tremendous. Montaigne is thrown from the saddle. He flies through the air. 10 yards, perhaps 12. He lands face first on the packed earth of the forest path. His servants rush to him. There is blood. A great deal of blood, pouring from his nose and mouth. They lift him, carry him toward the chateau. They are certain, absolutely certain, that their master is dying. And here is the part that changes everything. As Montaigne drifts in that grey space between consciousness and whatever lies beyond it. As his servants weep and his family prepares for the worst, he feels something no philosophy book had ever described to him. Not pain, not terror, not the black void he had spent so many hours imagining in his tower. He feels sweetness, infinite sweetness, a warmth, a dissolution, like slipping into a bath that has been drawn by someone who loves you. No resistance, no struggle, just a slow, gentle letting go, accompanied by a pleasure so pure and so unexpected that it rewrites everything he thinks he knows about the end. He survived. Obviously. He lived another 22 years after that afternoon, and he spent every single one of them writing about what he discovered when the horse knocked him into the arms of death. That the fear of dying is infinitely worse than dying itself. That nature, in her extraordinary kindness, has made the transition gentle. That we spend our entire lives building walls against a door that, when you actually reach it, opens as softly as a mother's hand on a sleeping child's forehead. Tonight we begin with that door, and with 23 other doors opened by 23 other lives across every culture and every century that left a record. If these stories speak to you, if you find comfort in the lessons found in the quiet corners of history, tap the follow button to join our circle of dreamers and let the next story find you when you need it most. Let me tell you about a man named Sushi. Now, Sushi, who also went by the name Dongpo, was one of those rare human beings who was irritatingly good at everything. I mean everything. He was a poet whose verses made grown men weep over their wine cups. He was a painter whose landscapes are still studied in Chinese art schools 1,000 years later. He was a calligrapher whose brushwork is considered among the finest ever produced. He was an engineer who designed the Su Causeway across West Lake in Hangzhou, a feat of hydraulic engineering that doubles, somehow, as one of the most beautiful walks in China. He was a governor who actually cared about the people he governed, which was then, as now, a dangerous quality in a politician. He lived during the Song dynasty, in the 11th century, and by any measure you care to apply, he was the most talented man in China. Possibly the most talented man who has ever lived in China, and I say that knowing the competition includes about 4,000 years of extraordinarily capable people. But Su Shi had a problem. He could not stop telling the truth. In Song dynasty China, the imperial court was a nest of political factions, each one convinced that it held the key to proper governance, and that everyone else was a fool or a traitor. Su Shi managed to offend nearly all of them, not through malice, but through the simple, devastating habit of writing exactly what he thought. In poems. Beautiful, layered, devastating poems that his enemies could read and think. Did he just call us incompetent? He did. He absolutely did. He called the reformers reckless and the conservatives cowardly, often in the same verse. He did it with such elegance that people could not decide whether to admire him or arrest him. They chose both. In 1079, Su Shi's enemies launched what became known as the Crow Terrace Poetry Trial. This was not a metaphor. They literally put his poetry on trial. A group of censors, led by men named Li Ding and Xu Dan, compiled his poems and his private letters to friends. They read sedition into his metaphors. A poem about a phoenix? Clearly an attack on the emperor. Observations about farming practices? Obviously coded criticism of state agricultural policy. A wry verse about the weather? Subversion. He was arrested and thrown into prison. For 103 days, Su Shi sat in a cell in the imperial capital, while prosecutors argued that his poetry constituted treason. Over 30 of his friends, students, and correspondents were implicated. His family, terrified that association with him would mean their destruction, burned his unpublished manuscripts. Think about that for a moment. A man punished for writing beautiful things. His own family, out of love and terror, setting fire to his words to save themselves. The very gifts that made him remarkable, his honesty, his wit, his way of seeing the world clearly and refusing to pretend otherwise, became the weapons used to destroy him. Emperor Shenzong, to his credit, was reportedly moved by a farewell poem Su Shi wrote to his brother Su Zhe from prison. He expected to die. The poem expected death. And something about its beauty reached even the emperor. The death sentence was commuted, but the alternative was exile. Su Shi was stripped of his rank and sent to Huangzhou, a remote backwater on the Yangtze River, as far from the centers of power as you could get without falling off the edge of the empire. It was meant to be a humiliation, a place where the brightest mind in China would fade into irrelevance. Here is where the story becomes something else entirely. In Huangzhou, broken and disgraced, Su Shi did not brood. He did not write bitter manifestos or spend his evenings plotting revenge. He did not sink into the kind of self-pitying paralysis that so many brilliant people mistake for depth. He did something far more radical. He farmed. He took a plot of land on the eastern slope of a small hill. This is where his pen name comes from. Dongpo. It literally means east slope. The most gifted poet in China named himself after a vegetable patch. There is something in that if you listen for it. He grew things. He made friends with the local fishermen, men who could not read his poetry and would not have cared if they could, but who knew the currents of the river and the best spots to drop a line, and the particular pleasure of sitting in a boat doing absolutely nothing useful. He went for long walks along the Yangtze at dusk, watching the water turn the color of hammered copper in the fading light. And he cooked. I need you to understand something about Su Shi's relationship with food. This was not a hobby. This was a man who approached the kitchen with the same creative intensity he brought to poetry. And in Huangzhou, in exile, with nothing to prove and no one to impress, and no political faction to navigate, he invented Dongpo pork. Dongpo pork is a slow-braised pork belly dish. You take a slab of belly, rich with fat, and you braise it for hours with rice wine, soy sauce, ginger, sugar, and thyme. A great deal of time. The kind of time that a man develops when the world has taken everything else from him and left him with a pot and a fire, and an afternoon with no meetings. The recipe is still made today. Nearly 1,000 years later, you can order Dongpo pork in restaurants across China. It is a national dish. The ultimate revenge on your enemies, as it turns out, is a really good dinner. But the cooking was only the beginning. During this Huangzhou period, this time that was supposed to be his lowest point, Su She wrote some of the greatest literature in Chinese history. The two Red Cliff Rhapsodies, meditations on time and impermanence composed during boat trips past the legendary site of an ancient battle, are now considered masterpieces of the faux form. They are taught in every Chinese literature class. They have been read by hundreds of millions of people across a millennium. He wrote to a friend during this time a letter that has survived. I look back on all the places I have been and all that has happened, and it seems like a dream. Not bitterness, not regret, not the grinding self-pity of a man who has been wronged. A dream, the kind of word you use when you have stepped far enough back from your own life to see it whole. And what you see is not a tragedy, but a strange, beautiful, impossible story that happened to someone who shares your name. He was later exiled even further, all the way to Hainan Island, which in the 11th century was considered barely habitable. A place of malaria and heat and isolation so complete that his friends assumed he would die there. He did not die there. He taught. He wrote. He made friends. He was recalled in 1100 by a new emperor, but died on the journey back in 1101 at the age of 64. His legacy is not the political career he lost, not the positions he held or the reforms he proposed. His legacy is the poetry, the food, the friendships, the joy he found in the margins, in the places where the official story had no use for him. Here is what I want you to sit with tonight, as the first of our 24 gentle truths. Su She did not find peace by working harder or achieving more. He found it by cooking pork and writing poems by a river. The gentle truth is this: when everything you built for is taken away, what remains is not nothing. It is you, and you, without the title and the schedule and the performance, you might be the most interesting version of yourself you have ever met. Next time you feel that weight pressing down, the exhaustion, the feeling that you have given everything and there is nothing left, remember the poet on the Eastern Slope. He lost his career, he lost his reputation, he lost his freedom, and he cooked. And the cooking was better than the career, and the poems were better than the politics, and the friendships were better than the fame. Tomorrow, do one thing that has nothing to do with your productivity. Cook something, walk somewhere with no destination. Write something no one will read. Not because it accomplishes anything, but because you are not an accomplishment. Now, if Su She found richness in exile among people, the next story is about a man who found it entirely alone. A man who walked away from everything his world said mattered and discovered in the emptiness something fuller than anything the world had offered. His name was Ryokan Taigu, and he lived in Japan in the late 18th and early 19th centuries, in a period of relative peace when the great question was not how to survive, but How to live well? A question that, strangely, is often harder to answer. Ryokan was born in 1758 in Izumozaki, a small coastal town in Echigo Province on the Sea of Japan. His father Yamamoto Inan was the village headman, the nanushi, a position of local authority and social standing. Ryokan was the eldest son. He was expected to inherit, to take his place in the social order, to manage the village affairs and maintain the family's position and do what eldest sons in 18th century Japan were supposed to do. He did not do what he was supposed to do. The details are genuinely unclear because Ryokan himself never bothered to explain. At some point in his youth, he entered Zen training at Entsuji Temple under a master named Kokusen. This was not unusual for a young man of his class. What was unusual was that he never came back. He did not complete his training and return to his responsibilities like a dutiful son. He kept going, further and further into the life of a monk. Further from the village, further from the expectations, further from everything the world had prepared for him. When Kokusen died, Ryokan was given his Dharma transmission, the formal recognition of spiritual attainment. And then, instead of seeking a prestigious position at an established temple, instead of becoming an abbot or a teacher or any of the things a gifted Zen monk was supposed to become, he walked up a mountain. He found a tiny hut on Mount Kugami. It was called Gogo-an. It was barely a shelter, a leaking roof, a dirt floor, room for a sitting mat and a cooking pot, and not much else. He moved in. He was 38 years old. He would live there alone for the next 30 years. The hut owned nothing, because Ryokan owned nothing. He ate what he could beg from the village below, walking down the mountain each morning with his begging bowl, and returning with whatever rice or vegetables the villagers could spare. His robes were so patched and repatched that they were more thread than fabric, a walking testament to the art of making do. He had no money, no status, no social life in any way that his contemporaries would have recognized, no visitors of consequence, no students gathering at his feet for wisdom, no reputation beyond the local one, the odd monk on the mountain who plays with children, because that is what he did. He played with the village children for hours. Bouncing balls, a game called tamari, playing hide and seek in the temple grounds, making up counting games. The children adored him, this strange, gentle, ancient-seeming man who would sit cross-legged in the dirt and play with them, as though he had nowhere else to be, because he genuinely did not. He wrote poems on leaves. He practiced calligraphy, with a dedication so complete that his brushwork is now considered among the finest in Japanese history. Not the formal, controlled style of the professional calligraphers, but something loose and flowing and alive, as though the brush itself were breathing. Scholars of Japanese art describe his calligraphy as having the quality of falling water. Natural, inevitable, impossible to replicate because it was not performed but inhabited. And then there is the story of the thief. One night, while Ryokan was away from his hut, a thief broke in. Now, you need to picture this hut. There was nothing in it. A worn sitting mat, a cooking pot perhaps, some scraps of paper with poems scrawled on them in ink that was already fading. The thief looked around, and there was, quite literally, nothing to steal. Not even the mat was worth carrying down the mountain. Ryokan came home. He found the thief, and instead of anger, instead of alarm, instead of any of the responses that a normal person would have to finding a stranger in their home, he felt embarrassment. Not for the thief, for himself. He was embarrassed that he had nothing to offer a guest. So he gave the thief the clothes off his back. His patched robe, the only thing he owned that was worth taking. He pressed it into the thief's hands and watched, with something like relief, as the confused man stumbled down the mountain, carrying the only material possession the hermit had. And then, Ryokan sat in his hut, naked, and looked out the window. The moon was there, full or nearly full, hanging over the mountain like a lantern someone had forgotten to take down. And Ryokan, sitting with nothing in a hut that contained nothing, owned by a man who had given away his last thing, wrote one of the most famous poems in Japanese literature. The thief left it behind, the moon at the window. I need you to sit with that. A man so free of attachment that being robbed made him feel generous. A man so at peace with having nothing that the only thing he noticed after giving away his last possession was how beautiful the moon looked. The thief took the robe and left the moon. And Ryokan, in the clarity of total emptiness, saw that the moon was the better deal. His days had a rhythm. Morning, walk down the mountain with the begging bowl. Midday, play with the village children or practice calligraphy or write poems. Afternoon, walk. Not to anywhere, just walk. Through the forest, along the streams, up the ridgelines where you could see the Sea of Japan in one direction and the snow-capped mountains in the other. Evening, sit in the hut, watch the light change, sleep. There is a story about Ryokan and a game of hide-and-seek. He was hiding behind a haystack, waiting for the children to find him. The children were called home by their parents for dinner. They forgot about the game. They forgot about Ryokan. Hours passed. Morning came. A farmer found him behind the haystack, still hiding, still waiting. When the children arrived the next day, Ryokan emerged triumphantly. He had won. He had hidden so well that no one found him. The farmer asked him why he had not simply gone home when the children left. Ryokan, genuinely puzzled, said, "But the game was not over." That is either the behavior of a man who has lost touch with reality, or a man who is more present in reality than anyone else in the village. I will let you decide which. But the children, I think, knew. They kept coming back. Late in his life, around the age of 68, Ryokan met a young Buddhist nun named Teishin. She was about 29. The age difference was vast. The connection was immediate. They exchanged poetry. Not love poems in the conventional sense, though there is tenderness in them that crosses every boundary scholars have tried to impose. Poems about the autumn leaves, about the sound of rain, about the particular quality of silence that exists between two people who understand each other without needing to explain. Teishin later compiled and preserved Ryokan's poems. Without her, his work might have been lost entirely. The scraps of paper, The leaves, the rocks he had written on would have been scattered and forgotten. She gathered them, she gave them order, she made sure the world would know. Ryokan died on January the 6th, 1831, at the age of 73. He had owned almost nothing. He had accomplished nothing that the world measures. He held no position. He left no institution. He built no monument. And he was loved by almost everyone who met him. Here is the gentle truth Ryokan offers tonight. The second truth for your pillow. Loneliness is not solved by filling your life with people. It is dissolved by removing the walls between yourself and the world. When you have nothing to protect, nothing to perform, nothing to prove, you become, strangely, the person others most want to sit beside. The moon is always there. You just have to stop hoarding robes long enough to see it. Tonight, before you close your eyes, try this. Instead of reaching for your phone, sit in the silence for 60 seconds. Not to accomplish anything. Not to meditate or self-improve or tick a box. Just to notice that silence is not empty. It is full of you, and you, without the noise, might be enough. Ryokan found peace in solitude, but Montaigne found peace in something even more frightening: death itself. I told you about the horse in the cold open. Now let me tell you the full story, because the horse is only the middle. The beginning is grief. Michel de Montaigne was born in 1533 in the Dordogne region of France, into a family that had recently purchased their way into the minor nobility. His father Pierre was an unusual man for his time and station. Deeply influenced by Renaissance humanism, Pierre raised the young Michel in an extraordinary way. Latin was his first language, not French. Latin. Servants were instructed to speak only Latin in his presence. The household woke the boy each morning with gentle music, believing that harsh waking could damage a child's brain. This was an eccentric, loving, deeply intentional upbringing. Michel did not learn French until he was approximately 6 years old. This detail matters because it tells you something about the world Montaigne grew up in. A world of books, of classical texts, of ideas that had been debated for 2,000 years. He lived among the words of dead philosophers from the day he learned to speak. And it was a dead philosopher, or rather, a dying friend, who cracked his life wide open. Etienne de la Boétie was Montaigne's closest companion. They met in their 20s, and the friendship was the kind that defies explanation. Montaigne later struggled for years to describe it, and the closest he came was the simplest. Because it was he, because it was I. Not because of shared interests or complementary personalities or any of the categories friendship usually falls into. Because that was all. The friendship was its own reason. La Boétie died of plague on August 18th, 1563. He was 32 years old. Montaigne was at his bedside. He watched. He recorded the last words. And something in him collapsed. Then his father Pierre died in 1568. Then his infant daughters began to die. He and his wife, Françoise, had 6 daughters. 5 of them died as infants or toddlers. Only Leonore survived to adulthood. 5 small coffins, 5 sets of tiny clothes that would never be worn again. The 16th century was brutal to children, and it was brutal to Montaigne. He retreated. In 1571, he retired from his position as a magistrate in Bordeaux and climbed into the Tower Library on his estate. The room still exists. You can visit it. The ceiling beams are inscribed with quotations from the Stoics, from Seneca, from Ecclesiastes, from Lucretius, 57 quotations in Latin and Greek painted onto the wooden beams above his reading chair. He surrounded himself with the wisdom of the dead, hoping it would explain why the world kept taking his living people. He read about death. He thought about death. He feared death. He could not stop thinking about it. The tower was simultaneously a sanctuary and a prison, a place where a grieving man could sit with his grief undisturbed, which is exactly the most dangerous thing you can do with grief. Give it an address and a comfortable chair. And then the horse. I told you the facts in the cold open. Now I want to take you inside the experience. Because Montaigne, being Montaigne, described it in such detail in Book 2, Chapter 6 of his essays, titled On Practice, that we have what amounts to a clinical account of a near-death experience, written by one of the finest minds in European history. He describes the collision, the flight through the air, the landing. He describes regaining consciousness slowly, in fragments, like a drowned man breaking the surface of water. He describes his servants' faces above him, contorted with panic. He describes vomiting blood. He describes the sensation of his own body as something distant, something that belonged to someone else. And then the sweetness. This is the part I need you to hear. He uses the word languishing, not suffering, not fighting. Languishing. Drifting. He says his soul was at the tip of his lips. He was, as he understood it in that moment, dying. And the dying was not at all what he had expected. There was no fire, no darkness, no judgment, no abyss, no monster waiting at the gate. There was warmth, a spreading, pervasive warmth that felt, he says, like the most exquisite pleasure he had ever known. A letting go so complete, so unresisted, that it barely qualified as an event. It was more like falling asleep on a summer afternoon, except that the sleep was going to be permanent, and that permanence was not frightening. It was restful. He calls it infinite sweetness. He calls it a kind of delight. He says that if someone had offered him the choice, in that moment, between returning to his body and continuing into whatever lay beyond, he would have hesitated. He would genuinely have hesitated, because the dying was so much more pleasant than the living had been. He survived. The blood stopped. The concussion cleared. His family, who had been preparing for a funeral, unprepared themselves, and Montaigne went back to his tower. But the fear did not come with him. Not fully, not in the old way. Something had shifted. Not because he had reasoned his way out of death anxiety, not because he had read the right Stoic passage or constructed the right argument. His body had given him information that his mind, for all its classical training, had never possessed. And what his body told him was this: death is gentle. He spent the next 22 years proving it. Not by writing philosophical treatises about mortality, by writing about everything. and in doing so, he invented a form of writing that had never existed before. He called them essays, attempts, trials, not conclusions, not arguments, not proofs, attempts. Each essay was an attempt to sit with a question honestly, without pretending to know the answer, and see where the thinking led. Some of them led to extraordinary places. Some of them led in circles. He published them all. He wrote about death, yes, but also about friendship, about the education of children, about cannibals, a piece in which he argued that the indigenous peoples of Brazil were in many ways more civilized than the Europeans who called them savages, about kidney stones, from which he suffered terribly, about the length of his nose, which he considered disappointing, about his cat, whom he suspected of playing with him rather than the other way around, about the vanity of human wishes and the impossibility of knowing yourself and the absurd, wonderful, maddening experience of being a consciousness trapped in a body that leaks and aches and disappoints. He wrote with a warmth and self-deprecating humor that was completely new in European letters. The ancients wrote with authority. The Church Fathers wrote with certainty. The humanists wrote with earnestness. Montaigne wrote with a shrug and a smile. He laughed at himself constantly. He admitted his faults. He described his bowel movements in print, something no serious writer had done before and most have avoided since, though several should not have. He was, in the truest sense, the first modern writer, because he was the first to say, "I am my own subject. I am confused and contradictory and inconsistent and afraid." And that is enough. That is the material. That is the essay. And underneath all of it, underneath the charming anecdotes and the observations about cats and cannibals, was the lesson of the horse. "Death leads us by the hand," he wrote, "down a gentle, imperceptible slope. We live our whole lives terrified of the end, building elaborate philosophies and religions and defense mechanisms against the simple fact that we will die. And when the dying actually starts, it is kind. Nature has made it kind. Here is what Montaigne discovered on that forest floor, covered in his own blood, with his servants weeping above him, and the farmhand's horse probably standing around looking embarrassed. He discovered that the fear of death is not the same thing as death, that the fear is a construction of the mind, a story we tell ourselves about what the end will be like, and that the actual end, the experienced end, the biological process of the body shutting down and the consciousness fading, is gentle, soft, warm like being held. He concluded that life should be embraced with what he called a gay and civil wisdom, not solemnity, not grim determination, gay and civil, joyful and generous. A man who had been knocked off his horse, covered in blood, and shown the face of death, decided that the appropriate response was joy. Here is something Montaigne would tell you tonight. Do not run from the thought of death. The thought that visits you at 2 a.m. when the house is quiet, and you suddenly remember that all of this will end. Do not run from it. Sit with it. Ask it what it actually feels like, not what you imagine it feels like. You might find, as he did, that the reality is far gentler than the fear. Nature has made the ending soft. It is the fear of the ending that is hard. And the fear, nightlings, is all in your head. The ending itself is in nature's hands. And nature, for all her other cruelties, is kind about this one thing. Montaigne discovered that death has a gentle face. But what about the people death leaves behind? What about the ones who survive and carry something heavier than mortality, the weight of what was done to them by another human being? Corrie ten Boom was a watchmaker. That is the first thing you need to know about her, because it tells you everything about the world she came from. She lived in Haarlem, in the Netherlands, in a house called the Bezier that sat above the family watch shop. She lived there with her father, Casper, an elderly man of deep and uncomplicated faith, and her sister Betsy, who was gentler than Corrie and less practical and more easily moved to tears by the suffering of strangers. They fixed watches. They went to church. They lived a quiet, clockwork life in a town of canals and cobblestones where nothing much happened and no one expected it to. And then the Germans came. And the 10 Booms, these quiet, middle-aged, church-going watchmakers, did something that most people, if they are honest, are not sure they would do. They built a hiding place. Behind a false wall in Corrie's bedroom, they constructed a secret room. It was narrow, barely wide enough for a person to stand, but it could hold 6 people if they pressed together. And over the course of the Nazi occupation, they used it. They sheltered Jewish refugees, resistance workers, anyone who needed to disappear. The 10 Boom network, operating out of a watch shop in a provincial Dutch city, is estimated to have saved approximately 800 lives. The system was meticulous. Corrie was the organizer. She arranged safe houses, forged ration cards, coordinated drop-offs and pickups with the precision of someone who had spent her life making small machines work correctly. Betsy prayed. Their father, Casper, who was 84 years old and could have lived out the war in quiet irrelevance, opened his door every time it was knocked on. On February 28, 1944, an informant betrayed them. The Gestapo raided the Bezier. They arrested Corrie. They arrested Betsy. They arrested old Casper, who shuffled out of the house with the bewildered dignity of a man who had done nothing wrong and could not quite understand why armed strangers were shouting at him. He died 10 days later in Scheveningen prison. He was 84. His crime was opening his door. The 6 people in the hiding place were not found. They stayed behind that false wall for 2 days and nights, while soldiers tore the house apart around them, perfectly still, barely breathing. All 6 survived. Corrie and Betsy were sent to Ravensbrück, the women's concentration camp in northern Germany. I am not going to describe the conditions in detail tonight, because you are trying to sleep, and this is a story about what came after, not about the suffering itself. But I need you to understand the scale of what they endured. Forced labor, starvation rations, disease spreading through barracks so crowded that the women slept pressed against strangers, lice, cold. The particular cruelty of a system that was not chaotic, but administrative. Bureaucratic evil. Evil with forms and schedules and quotas. Betsy, the gentle one, the one who cried for strangers, said something in that camp that Corrie could not forget. She said, they must learn to forgive their captors. Not after the war. Not eventually. Not when they were safe. Now. In the camp. While the guards with the leather crops walked past their bunks, and the smoke rose from the chimneys, and the selections happened at dawn, Corrie thought she was delirious. Or delusional. Or both. Forgive this? Forgive the people who were systematically starving them, who had killed their father, who were turning human beings into numbers and numbers into ash. Betsy died on December 16, 1944. Of illness. Of malnutrition. Of the slow, grinding attrition that was the camp's primary method of killing. She died, still believing that forgiveness was not just possible, but necessary. Corrie was released 12 days later. It was a clerical error, a bureaucratic mistake. The kind of error that, in a system built on bureaucracy, should never have happened, but did. She later learned that every woman her age in the camp was killed the following week. A clerical error. The same administrative precision that ran the killing machine also, through a misfiled form or a transposed digit, saved her life. It is 1947, 2 years after the end of the war. Corrie is in Munich. She has been traveling through Germany, speaking in churches about forgiveness. Not because she has mastered it. Not because it comes easily. Because Betsy asked her to. Because Betsy's voice, that gentle, impossible voice saying forgive them, will not stop echoing in her ears. She is trying to honor a dead sister's dying wish, and she is finding it extraordinarily difficult. She finishes speaking one evening. People file past. Some shake her hand. Some avoid her eyes. And then a man approaches. He is middle-aged. He wears a gray overcoat. He extends his hand. And Corrie ten Boom freezes. She knows this face. She knows it the way your body knows a threat before your conscious mind has time to process it. He was a guard at Ravensbrück. She remembers the blue uniform. She remembers the leather crop swinging from his belt. She remembers the way he walked past the women as they stood naked in the showers, exposed, dehumanized, catalogued. She remembers Betsy. He does not recognize her. Of course he does not. She was one of thousands. A number. A face in a line. He has become a Christian since the war. He tells her this with the earnestness of a convert. He has been forgiven by God, he says, and now he wants forgiveness from her, from a former prisoner. He extends his hand. He waits. Corrie describes this moment in her book, The Hiding Place, and the description is so honest, so physically precise, that reading it feels like watching someone disarm a bomb. She says, the moment seemed to last hours. Her arm would not rise. The mechanical signals from her brain, to her shoulder, to her elbow, to her wrist, to her fingers, were not transmitting. The forgiveness that Betsy had spoken of, the forgiveness that Corrie herself had been preaching for 2 years, was not there. It was not in her heart. It was not in her muscles. It was not in any part of her body. There was only the camp, the crop, Betsy's slow, quiet dying. And then Corrie ten Boom did the bravest thing I have ever heard of anyone doing. She made a decision, not an emotional one, not a spiritual one, a mechanical one. She told her arm to move. She willed her hand upward as a purely physical act, the way you would force a rusty hinge. She reached out and took the former guard's hand. And as their hands met, she described something that defies clinical explanation. A current of warmth, starting in her shoulder, flooding down through her arm, through her wrist, through her palm, into the joined hands. Heat. Actual, physical heat. And with it, words. Words she did not plan. Words she did not know she had. Words of forgiveness that came from somewhere so deep inside her that she could not claim credit for them. They simply arrived, flowing through the same channel as the warmth. The hand moved before the heart. The body taught the soul, I am not going to ask you to forgive anyone tonight. That would be presumptuous of me, and frankly, cruel. I do not know what you are carrying. I do not know who hurt you, or how badly, or how recently. What I know is this. Forgiveness is not a feeling. I need you to hear that. It is not something that arrives like a warm breeze when you are finally ready. It is not the end product of sufficient therapy or prayer or time. It is a decision, a physical act. A hand extended before the heart has caught up. Corrie's hand moved. And then, and only then, the warmth followed. The body led. The heart followed. The sequence matters, because if you wait for the feeling of forgiveness before you act, you will wait forever. The feeling is generated by the act, not the other way around. You do not need to feel forgiveness to practice it. You just need to reach out your hand. And if the warmth comes, it will come in its own time, on its own terms, through its own mysterious channels. And if it does not come tonight, that is all right too. The hand still moved. And sometimes, moving the hand is enough. Corrie chose to extend a hand to someone who harmed her. Now, let me tell you about a man who spent 30 years watching human beings at their very worst, and still chose mercy. Not because he was soft, because he was smart. His name was Saadi, Musli Haldin Saadi, Shirazi, and he lived in Persia in the 13th century, during what was arguably the worst century in the history of the Islamic world. Which is saying something, because the Islamic world has had some very bad centuries. Saadi was born around 1210 in Shiraz, one of the great cities of Persia. He studied literature and theology. He was bright, promising, the kind of young man who, in a stable civilization, would have become a respected scholar with a comfortable position and a quiet life. The civilization was not stable. The Mongols were coming. If you have never read about the Mongol invasions of the Eastern Islamic world, I will spare you the details tonight because you are trying to sleep, and those details are not compatible with sleep. What I will tell you is this: the destruction was so complete, so systematic, so deliberately annihilating, that historians consider it one of the worst catastrophes in human history. Entire cities were leveled. Baghdad, the intellectual capital of the Islamic world, was sacked in 1258. The House of Wisdom, one of the great libraries of human civilization, was destroyed. The books were thrown into the Tigris River, and the river, according to contemporary accounts, ran black with ink. Sa'di was already displaced by the time Baghdad fell. He had been wandering for years through what remained of the Islamic world: Iraq, Syria, Egypt, possibly India, possibly Central Asia. The details are uncertain because Sa'di himself was a notorious embellisher of his own biography, mixing real experiences with literary invention, and scholars have spent 7 centuries trying to separate fact from craft. But what is clear is this: Sa'di spent roughly 30 years, from his 20s to his 50s, wandering through a civilization that was falling apart. He saw the worst of it. He saw what human beings do when the structures that hold them together collapse. At some point during his wandering, Sa'di was captured by crusaders. Near Acre, on the coast of what is now Israel. He was forced into hard labor digging trenches in Tripoli. A poet, a man of learning, a man whose mind contained the poetry of Persia and the theology of Baghdad and the philosophy of centuries of Islamic scholarship. On his knees in the dirt, digging fortifications for the army that had invaded his civilization's holy land. Eventually, someone ransomed him. A stranger paid for his freedom. And Sa'di, out of gratitude, married the stranger's daughter. The marriage was terrible. I find this detail almost unbearably human. Here is a man who has survived Mongol invasion and Crusader enslavement. He has been displaced, captured, freed. And the thing that actually grinds him down, the thing he writes about with the most honest pain, is a bad marriage. He describes arguments, mutual cruelty, the slow, corrosive erosion of a relationship that began in gratitude and ended in resentment. The particular agony of sharing a home with someone you cannot make happy and who cannot make you happy. He does not blame his wife. He does not spare himself. He simply records, with the clinical precision of a man who has decided that honesty is more useful than dignity, what it feels like when a relationship that should have been a rescue becomes its own kind of prison. Eventually, the marriage ended, or Sa'di left, or some combination of both. He continued wandering. And finally, sometime in his late 50s or early 60s, he returned to Shiraz. The Mongols had come and gone. The city was scarred but surviving. And Sadi, carrying 30 years of accumulated observation, sat down and wrote 2 books that would make him immortal. The Bustan, the Orchard, is a book of ethical poetry. It tells stories drawn from his travels, stories about kings and beggars, saints and swindlers, lovers and fools, and from each story extracts a principle for living well. The Gulistan, the Rose Garden, is prose mixed with verse. It is a collection of anecdotes and observations organized into chapters on the manners of kings, on the excellence of contentment, on the advantages of silence, on love and youth, on weakness and old age. It is, in modern terms, a self-help book. But it is a self-help book written by a man who has been enslaved, displaced, failed in marriage, watched civilizations collapse, and spent 3 decades observing humanity at its absolute worst and its occasional, startling best. What makes Sadi remarkable is his refusal to become cynical. He has seen everything. He has been stripped of every illusion about human nature. He knows what people do when there are no consequences. He knows what armies do to cities, and what husbands do to wives, and what power does to the people who hold it. He has been at the bottom of human experience. And his conclusion, arrived at after 30 years of field research conducted under the worst possible conditions, is this: gentleness, patience, and mercy are not naive. They are the only strategies that actually work over a lifetime. Cruelty works in the short term. Vengeance feels satisfying in the moment. But over decades, over centuries, across cultures and civilizations and eras, mercy wins. Not because it is morally superior, though Sadi would not argue the point. Because it is practical. Because kindness, applied consistently over time, produces better results than any other approach. His most famous passage is inscribed at the entrance of the United Nations building in New York. It says, "Human beings are members of a whole in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is afflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain." That is not idealism. That is not sentimentality. That is the conclusion of a man who was enslaved by crusaders, failed in marriage, and watched civilizations burn. It is field research, 30 years of it, from the worst laboratory in the world. Think of one person you have not spoken to in too long. Not someone you are angry at. Just someone you have let slip away. Tomorrow, send them 3 words. Just 3. "I was thinking of you." That is all. No agenda. No expectation. No demand for a response. Just a thread thrown across the gap. Sadi spent 30 years learning that the thread is all you need. That was a story about mercy, earned slowly, patiently, over decades. This next story is darker. Much darker. It is about a man who earned nothing slowly. He destroyed everything in a single night and spent the rest of his life trying to build from the rubble. Milarepa was born in Tibet sometime around the year 1040. His family had property, standing, a place in the community. His father was a respected man, and then his father died. What happened next is one of the oldest stories in the world. The relatives closed in. Milarepa's uncle and aunt seized the family property, the land, the house, the livestock, the inheritance that should have sustained Milarepa's mother and siblings for the rest of their lives. All of it taken. Milarepa's mother and siblings were reduced to servants in what had been their own home. They were treated with the particular, calculated cruelty that only family can manage, the kind that knows exactly where the bruises are and presses on them deliberately. This went on for years, and over those years, Milarepa's mother underwent a transformation that anyone who has watched someone they love be slowly crushed can recognize. Her grief hardened into rage. Not the hot, explosive kind that burns itself out. The cold kind. The kind that solidifies into a single crystalline purpose. A purpose that has room for only one thing: revenge. She sent her son to learn black magic. This was not a metaphor. In 11th century Tibet, sorcery was a recognized and feared practice. There were practitioners who could be hired, specialists in destruction, men who knew the rituals and the formulas and the specific methods of directing malevolent energy toward a target. Milarepa went to one of these men, a sorcerer named Lama Yungten Trogil, and he studied. He was, apparently, gifted. The worst kind of gifted. He returned to his uncle's village. His uncle was holding a wedding feast, a celebration. A family and friends gathered. Food and drink, music and laughter. The building full of people who had either participated in or looked the other way during the systematic dispossession of Milarepa's family. Milarepa cast what the tradition describes as a scorpion spell. The building collapsed. The structure itself came down on the people inside. Approximately 35 people died. Some accounts give a higher number. The details vary. The horror does not. And then, because the rage was not yet satisfied, or because his mother demanded more, or because destruction, once started, has its own momentum, Milarepa sent a hailstorm that destroyed the village's barley crop. Their food supply. Their survival. A young man, manipulated by his mother's grief, had committed mass murder through sorcery and then destroyed the community's ability to feed itself. He had become, in the space of a single evening, the worst kind of monster, the kind who does terrible things for understandable reasons. And here is where most stories would end. The villain, the cautionary tale, the dark figure that mothers warn their children about. But Milarepa's story does not end here. It barely begins here. Because, in the aftermath, in the silence that follows an atrocity, Milarepa was consumed by horror. Not gradually. Not over months or years of slow reflection. Immediately. The full weight of 35 deaths landed on him like the building he had collapsed. He could not eat. He could not sleep. The faces of the dead followed him. The sound of the collapse replayed in his mind. The knowledge, the specific, inescapable knowledge that he had done this, that his hands and his will and his compliance with his mother's rage had killed 35 human beings, was unbearable. He sought out a teacher, a Buddhist master named Marpa the translator, so called because he had traveled to India to study with the great teachers and had translated their Sanskrit texts into Tibetan. Marpa was famous. He was fierce. He was, by all accounts, the kind of teacher who saw through pretense the way fire sees through paper. Marpa looked at Milarepa and saw two things. First, he saw enormous spiritual potential, a capacity for awakening that was rare and real. Second, he saw an equally enormous karmic debt, a weight of guilt so massive that it would crush any teaching applied prematurely. The potential was real, but the debt had to be addressed first. You cannot plant seeds in poisoned soil. So Marpa refused to teach him. Instead, he gave him a task. Build a stone tower. Here, on this hillside. Milarepa built it. He carried stones on his back. He cut his hands on the rough edges. He wore his body down to muscle and bone. He completed the tower. Marpa inspected it. Wrong shape, he said. Tear it down and build a round one. Milarepa tore it down. Every stone he had carried, unmade. He built a round tower. His back was bleeding. His hands were destroyed. Marpa inspected it. No, wrong again. Tear it down. Build a crescent-shaped one. He tore it down. He built a crescent. Marpa, wrong. Tear it down. Build a 9-story tower. This went on for years. 4 towers by the traditional count. Each one built with enormous physical suffering and the last scraps of hope. Each one torn down at Marpa's command. No explanation offered. No teaching given. No encouragement. Just build, destroy. Build, destroy. Milarepa nearly broke. He wept. He despaired. Marpa's wife, Dagmima, secretly tended his wounds at night, applying ointment to his bleeding back because even she thought her husband had gone too far. At one point, Milarepa considered leaving, giving up, walking away from the one man who might help him and accepting that his life was irredeemable. But he stayed, and somewhere in the building and destroying, somewhere in the rhythm of create, unmake, something was happening that no lecture or meditation could have accomplished. Marpa was teaching him, through his body, through his shattered hands and bleeding back, that you can create and unmake without being destroyed by either. That the building is not the point. The tearing down is not the point. The capacity to do both, to make something and let it go, and make something again, is the point. That is freedom. That is the practice. That is redemption. Eventually, after years, Mapa relented. He gave Milarepa the teachings, the actual Buddhist teachings that Milarepa had come for in the first place, and Milarepa took them into the mountains. He retreated to caves so remote that no one visited for months at a time. He meditated, alone, in cold and silence and the thin air of the Tibetan highlands. He ate nettle soup because there was nothing else growing at that altitude, and his skin turned green from the diet. Literally green. The color of the mountain itself, absorbing him, claiming him, making him part of the landscape. And in those caves, in that green solitude, he began to sing. Spontaneous songs, not composed, not rehearsed, not written down and edited and polished. They emerged, as naturally as breath, as though the years of horror and guilt and tower building and tower destroying and cave sitting had cleared a channel inside him, and the songs were what flowed through it when everything else had been emptied out. The 100,000 songs of Milarepa became one of the most important texts in Tibetan Buddhism. They are still recited today, nearly 1,000 years later. They are songs about impermanence and compassion and the strange, difficult, luminous process of becoming a human being after having been a monster. He died around 1123. Some accounts say he was poisoned by a jealous scholar. Even his death carries the weight of irony. The man who killed with sorcery, killed by pettiness. Here is the gentle truth Milarepa offers, and it is not a gentle truth to accept, but I think it is the truest one in this entire collection. No amount of past wrong makes a person irredeemable. Not 35 deaths. Not the worst night of your worst year. Not the thing you did that you cannot undo, and cannot undo, and cannot undo. Milarepa did not minimize what he did. He did not rationalize or excuse. He carried the full weight of it into every tower, and every cave, and every song. And what I want you to know is this: carrying the weight is not the same as being crushed by it. You can carry it forward. You can build with it. The worst beginning does not determine the end. Whatever keeps you up at night, whatever regret you carry to this bed, it is not the end of your story. It is the middle. That was a dark story. I know. The darkest we have told tonight. But sometimes the darkest stories carry the brightest truths. This next one is lighter. It is about a woman who lived in the wrong century, wrote under the wrong name, was shunned for loving the wrong man, and became the greatest novelist in the English language. Possibly any language. Her real name was Mary Ann Evans. She was born in 1819 in Warwickshire, England, into a solid, respectable family. Her father, Robert Evans, managed a large estate. She received a good education which was unusual for a woman of her class and era, and she turned out to be brilliant. Not modestly talented, not charmingly accomplished in the way Victorian women were permitted to be. Genuinely, devastatingly, inconveniently brilliant. She learned German, French, Italian, Latin, and Greek. She translated David Friedrich Strauss's Life of Jesus from German, a landmark of biblical criticism, at the age of 27. She translated Ludwig Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity. She became the anonymous editor of the Westminster Review, one of the most influential intellectual journals in Victorian England, writing articles and reviews that shaped the conversation of an era. And here is the thing about being a brilliant woman in Victorian England. The world had no place for you. You could be decorative. You could be charming. You could be a supportive wife who read interesting books and said interesting things at dinner parties and then disappeared into the background while your husband took the credit. What you could not be, under any circumstances, was yourself. And then Mary Ann did the unforgivable. She fell in love with the wrong man. George Henry Lewis was a writer, a philosopher, and a married man. The situation was more complicated than the Victorian morality plays would suggest. Lewis's wife, Agnes, had been having children with another man, Thornton Leigh Hunt, for years. Under Victorian law, because Lewis had initially condoned the arrangement, he could not obtain a divorce. He was legally trapped in a marriage that existed only on paper, while his wife raised another man's children. Mary Ann and Lewis began living together openly in 1854. In Victorian England, the consequences were immediate, brutal, and permanent. Her own brother, Isaac Evans, disowned her. He did not speak to her for 25 years. 25 years of silence between siblings who had been close as children. Polite society closed its doors. The invitations stopped. The publishers, who might have considered her work, now considered her reputation. She was, in the terminology of her time, a fallen woman. And a fallen woman could not publish a serious novel and expect it to be read on its merits. The scandal would eclipse the sentences. The gossip would drown the prose. So she became someone else. She chose the name George Eliot. George for Lewis's first name, a private acknowledgement of the man who believed in her when no one else would. Eliot, because, she reportedly said, it was a good, mouth-filling, easy-to-pronounce word. Under that name, she published Scenes of Clerical Life in 1858. It was well received. Then, Adam Bede in 1859, which became a literary sensation. The literary world was consumed with curiosity about the identity of this remarkable new author. The writing was too intelligent to be dismissed, and too specific about certain subjects to be the work of the man that many assumed George Eliot must be. When the truth was revealed, the novels were already too admired to be destroyed by scandal. Victorian society faced a dilemma. The books they had celebrated as masterpieces of English fiction were written by the fallen woman they had shunned. The prose they had praised belonged to the person they had condemned. In 1871, she began publishing, in serial installments, the book that many scholars consider the greatest novel ever written in the English language, Middlemarch. Virginia Woolf later called it one of the few English novels written for grown-up people. It is not a love story or an adventure or a thriller. It is a patient, luminous, extraordinarily detailed examination of ordinary life in a provincial English town, and within that ordinariness, it finds more truth about ambition, disappointment, marriage, idealism, compromise, and the quiet heroism of daily existence than most epic novels manage with armies and kingdoms. The world that rejected Mary Ann Evans now sought out George Eliot for dinner parties. She did not become respectable by conforming. She forced the world to come to her. Isaac Evans reconciled with his sister only after she legally married John Walter Cross in 1880, months before her death. 25 years of silence broken by a marriage certificate. The brother who could not accept a brilliant sister living with a married man could accept a brilliant sister married to a different man. The hypocrisy is breathtaking. She died on December 22, 1880, at the age of 61. Her legacy is not the scandal. It is Middlemarch. It is Silas Marner. It is The Mill on the Floss. It is a body of work so psychologically precise, so emotionally honest, so unflinchingly compassionate toward the small failures and quiet heroisms of ordinary people, that it reshaped what the English novel could do. Here is the gentle truth George Eliot offers about identity. Sometimes the identity crisis is the making of you. Who you become when everything is stripped away, when society tells you that you are unacceptable, when you cannot even use your own name, is more authentic than who you were told to be. The mask, sometimes, reveals more than the face. If you could remove one mask tomorrow, just one, what would it be? You do not have to remove it yet. Just name it. Sometimes, naming the mask is the first step to realizing you have been wearing it so long you forgot it was there. George Eliot invented a new identity to escape the one the world imposed on her. The next man walked away from an identity most people would spend their entire lives chasing. He had wealth. He had power. He had status. He had everything the comparison trap tells you that you need. And he gave it all away for a plot of farmland and 4 sentences. His name was Ibrahim ibn Adham. He was born around the year 718 in Balkh. Now, you need to understand Balkh to understand Ibrahim. In the 8th century, Balkh was one of the great cities of Central Asia. It sat at the crossroads of Greek, Buddhist, and Islamic culture, a cosmopolitan center where ideas from the Silk Road converged and combined. It was wealthy. It was sophisticated. It was the kind of place where a prince could have absolutely anything the material world had to offer. Ibrahim was a prince. Or, at the very least, a very wealthy nobleman. The sources are not entirely consistent about his exact rank because they were written centuries after his death and have the polished quality of stories retold many times. But they all agree on the essential point: he had everything. One day, while hunting, he heard a voice. "Is this what you were created for?" There is another version of the story, and I confess I prefer it because it has a better punchline. In this version, Ibrahim is sitting on his throne when he hears footsteps on the roof above him. He calls out, "Who is there?" A voice answers from above, "I am looking for my lost camel." Ibrahim says, "That is absurd. You cannot look for a camel on a rooftop." And the voice replies, "And you cannot look for God on a throne." Whichever version you prefer, the result was the same. Something cracked. The thing he had always done, the wealth, the hunts, the throne, the privilege, suddenly looked absurd. Not wrong, absurd. Like wearing a crown to bed. Like polishing silver on a sinking ship. Ibrahim renounced his kingdom. He left Balkh. He traveled to Syria, and he settled there as a laborer. By some accounts, he worked as a farmhand. By others, an orchard keeper. He ate only what he earned with his own hands. He owned nothing beyond what he needed for the day. And here is the part that surprises people who expect a story about renunciation to be a story about suffering. Ibrahim was not miserable. He was not grinding through ascetic austerity, punishing himself for the crime of having been wealthy. The people who met him described a man of extraordinary contentment, a specific, visible, radiant quality of joy that struck visitors immediately and that they remembered for years afterward. Not performed joy. Not the forced cheerfulness of someone trying to convince themselves they made the right choice. Real, unforced, deeply settled joy. When asked how he found it, he gave 4 lessons. 4 sentences that are, as far as I am concerned, a complete dismantling of the comparison trap in under 60 words. 1. My provision is already determined. What is meant for me cannot be taken by anyone else. So envy is pointless. 2. My deeds will not be performed by anyone else. No one else can live my life. So competition is irrelevant. 3. Death is coming and cannot be delayed. So rushing is futile. 4. I am always observed. So pretense is unnecessary. 4 sentences. Envy, pointless. Competition, irrelevant. Urgency, futile. Pretense, unnecessary. That is the entire architecture of the comparison trap, dismantled in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Ibrahim lived the rest of his life as a farmhand in Syria. He died around 782. He founded no institution. He wrote no book. He held no position. His legacy is those 4 sentences and the testimony of the people who met him, who all said the same thing. His joy was the most remarkable thing about him. not his poverty, not his renunciation, his joy. A prince who had everything the world says you should want discovered that the comparison trap is not about what you lack. It is about what you think you need. Ibrahim did not find peace by getting more. He found it by needing less. And the people who met him said his joy was not a philosophy he believed. It was a condition he inhabited. Tonight, I will give you just the first of his 4 lessons. Your provision is already determined. What is meant for you cannot be taken by anyone else. So envy is pointless. Not wrong, not sinful, pointless. Like being jealous of someone else's fingerprint. It was never going to be yours. I want to pause here for a moment. Because we have traveled a long way tonight already. 8 lives. 8 truths. From a Chinese poet cooking pork in exile to a Japanese hermit giving his clothes to a thief. From a French philosopher knocked off his horse into the arms of death to a Dutch woman shaking hands with the man who tortured her sister. From a Persian enslaved by crusaders who chose mercy anyway, to a Tibetan mass murderer who sang his way to sainthood. From an Englishwoman who erased herself to be heard, to a prince who walked away from everything. And if you have been listening carefully, you might have noticed something these 8 people share. Every one of them found peace, not by getting what they wanted, but by losing what they thought they needed. So here is what I recommend. Tomorrow morning, before the noise starts, before you check your phone or your email or the news, sit with your coffee or your tea for just 2 minutes. 2 minutes. And ask yourself, what is one thing I am carrying that is not mine to carry? Name it. Say it out loud if you can. And then set it down. You can always pick it back up. But try, just for one day, walking without it. And if you would like to sit with these lessons a little longer, I have left something for you in the description below. A free ebook of tonight's story, plus a set of fireside notes to help you reflect on what we have talked about. Now, if Ibrahim walked away from everything to escape the comparison trap, the next story is about a woman who could not walk away from anything. Because what she was carrying was her dead child, and the weight of it had driven her to the edge of madness. This is one of the oldest stories in the Buddhist tradition. It has been told in China, Japan, Korea, Tibet, Thailand, Sri Lanka, Myanmar, and every other culture where Buddhism took root for over 2,500 years. The reason it has survived that long is that it does something that no lecture, no therapy session, no well-meaning friend sitting across from you saying, "I understand," can do. It shows a grieving person, through the accumulation of specific, individual encounters with other people's losses, that their grief connects them to every other human being on earth. Her name was Kisa Gotami. Kisa means thin, emaciated. She was likely malnourished for most of her early life. She came from a poor family, and she married into a wealthier one. This should have been a rescue, but her new family looked down on her for her origins. She was the poor girl who married up. She did not belong, and they made sure she knew it. The acceptance she craved, the feeling of finally mattering, of being valued, of belonging to something and having something belong to her, came when she bore a son. That child was not just a baby. He was proof. Proof that she was worth something. Proof that her life had a purpose. Proof that she existed. And then the child died. Kisa Gotami did what grief sometimes does to people who have been surviving on the thinnest margin of belonging. She broke. She picked up the dead child and she went from house to house, from door to door, through the village, through the neighboring villages, begging for medicine. Medicine. As though death were a fever. As though there were a pill somewhere, in someone's kitchen, in some healer's pouch, that could undo what had happened. That could bring back the one thing that made her matter. People thought she had lost her mind. Some were kind. Some were frightened. Most turned away. One person, perhaps more perceptive or more compassionate than the others, said, "Go to the Buddha. He will have medicine." Now, here is what the Buddha did not do. He did not lecture her about impermanence. He did not explain the Four Noble Truths. He did not tell her that attachment is the root of suffering. He did not say, "Let go." He did not say any of the things that well-meaning people say to grieving people that make the grief worse, because they make the griever feel that their pain is a philosophical error rather than a human response. He said, "Bring me a mustard seed from a house where no one has ever died." Mustard seeds were the most common household item in ancient India. Every kitchen had them. The task sounded trivial. It sounded like compassion. It sounded like a man giving a desperate woman something to do with her hands and her feet and her breaking heart. Go, seek. You might find something. She went to the first house. They had mustard seeds. Of course they did. She could have taken one and been done. Do you have a mustard seed? Yes, of course. Has anyone in this household ever died? A pause. A shift in the face of the woman at the door. My father. 2 years ago. Kisa Gotami moved to the next house. Has anyone in this household ever died? My wife. In childbirth. The next house. My brother. An accident. The next. My daughter. Fever. The next. My husband. The next. My mother. The next. My son. She went door to door. By some accounts, she visited hundreds of homes. By others, just a handful. The number does not matter. What matters is what happened inside her as she heard story after story after story, the simple, devastating, universal fact that every household has buried someone. Every family has stood where she is standing. Every person who has ever loved another person has, sooner or later, felt this exact weight. She never found the mustard seed. There is no house where no one has died. And by the time she stopped searching, Kisa Gotami understood something that no argument could have taught her, and no lecture could have reached. Her grief was not her unique punishment. It was not evidence that the universe had singled her out for special cruelty. It was the human condition, the price of admission, the cost of having loved at all. She buried her child. She returned to the Buddha. She took ordination as a nun. She became one of the foremost bhikkhunis, female monastics, in the early Buddhist community. The Therigatha, the collection of poems composed by the first Buddhist women, preserves her verses. She wrote about impermanence, about the body, about the strange, fierce clarity that comes after you have been broken open by loss and discovered that the breaking did not kill you. The Buddha did not tell Kisa Gotami to stop grieving. That is the part most people miss when they retell this story. He did not prescribe detachment. He did not explain her pain away. He gave her a task that forced her, through her own feet walking to every door, through her own ears hearing every family's story, to discover for herself that grief is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that you loved. And everyone who has ever loved has stood exactly where you are standing now. Tonight, if grief visits you, let it. Do not push it away. Do not argue with it. Do not tell yourself you should be over it by now. Instead, whisper this to yourself, gently, as you would to a child. Every house has a mustard seed. Every family has buried someone. You are not alone in this. You have never been alone in this. Kisa Gotami found meaning in shared suffering. The next man found meaning by losing everything he thought gave his life purpose. And the way he lost it was the strangest part. His own body turned against him. His throat closed. His tongue went still. The most eloquent man in the Islamic world opened his mouth at a lectern, and nothing came out. His name was Abu Hamid al-Ghazali, and in the year 1095, he held what was arguably the most prestigious academic position in the world. Not just the Islamic world. The world. Because in 1095, the Islamic civilization was the most intellectually sophisticated on earth. While Western Europe was mired in the first rumblings of the Crusades, Baghdad was a city of libraries, hospitals, astronomical observatories, and philosophical debate. The Abbasid Caliphate, though politically weakened, still represented the cultural pinnacle of a civilization that stretched from Spain to the borders of China. And al-Ghazali was its star professor. He taught at the Nizamiya University in Baghdad, the most prestigious institution of learning in the Islamic world. Think of it as the equivalent of holding an endowed chair at Harvard, Oxford, and the Sorbonne simultaneously, except that there was only one Nizamiya, and everyone who mattered passed through its doors. He had been appointed at the extraordinarily young age of 33, by the great vizier Nizam al-Mulk himself. His lectures drew hundreds of students. His book, The Incoherence of the Philosophers, had systematically demolished the claims of the Islamic Aristotelians with such surgical precision that the philosophical establishment was still reeling from the impact decades later. He was an intellectual wrecking ball in silk robes, and the entire civilization knew his name. He was also an advisor to the Seljuk court, which meant he was not merely an academic. He was a political figure, a man of power, of influence, of connections. A man whose word carried weight in both the lecture hall and the palace. By every metric the world uses to measure human achievement, Al-Ghazali was at the absolute top. And then, in November 1095, he stood at the lectern to deliver a lecture. He opened his mouth, and no words came out. Not because he chose silence, not because he was making a dramatic point. His throat literally would not cooperate. He tried again. Nothing. His jaw moved. His lips formed shapes. But the sound, the voice that had demolished philosophers and counseled kings, had vanished. He could not eat either. Food would not go down. His body was in revolt, staging a protest against something that his conscious mind had not yet identified. The physicians of Baghdad examined him. They found nothing wrong. No tumor, no infection, no physical injury, no disease they could name or treat. His body was perfectly healthy. It simply refused to do what he told it to do. Al-Ghazali diagnosed himself, and his self-diagnosis, which he later published in a book called Deliverance from Error, Al-Munqidh min al-Dalal, is one of the most honest autobiographical documents in any religious tradition, in any language. He concluded that his crisis was not physical. It was spiritual. His body was telling him a truth that his mind refused to accept. Everything he had built, the reputation, the arguments, the lectures, the political connections, the adoring students, the books, the fame, his entire identity as the greatest scholar of his age, all of it was driven by ego, by the desire for admiration, for status, for the sound of his own name, spoken with reverence in hallways and courts and libraries. Not by genuine seeking, not by truth, by vanity. His body knew it before his mind did. His throat closed because his throat could no longer bear to speak words that were not true. His stomach rejected food because his stomach could no longer metabolize the nourishment of a life built on pretense. So he did the most terrifying thing a famous man can do. He walked away. He told his family he was going on pilgrimage. He gave away his wealth. In November 1095, he left Baghdad and disappeared. For roughly 11 years. He lived as an anonymous Sufi in Damascus, practicing the contemplative devotion that the Sufi tradition had developed as an alternative to the dry legalism and philosophical abstraction that dominated mainstream Islamic scholarship. He visited Jerusalem, where he prayed at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and wept, not for the political significance of the place, but for the gap between what he had taught and what he had actually experienced. He made the pilgrimage to Mecca and Medina. He sat in silence for weeks at a time, in rooms where no one knew his name or cared about his publications. He was not looking for answers. He was looking for the question. The real question. The one that all his brilliant answers had been designed, without his knowing it, to avoid. And eventually, somewhere in those 11 years, he found it. Not in a flash of insight, not in a dramatic moment, in the slow, grinding, humbling process of sitting still long enough for the ego to exhaust itself. When he returned to teaching, not in Baghdad, but in his hometown of Nishapur, and eventually back in Baghdad, near the end of his life, he was not the same man. The arrogance was gone. The certainty was gone. And in their place was something far more valuable and far more fragile: humility. And he wrote his masterwork, The Revival of the Religious Sciences, Ihya Ulum al-Din, a massive, multi-volume synthesis that did what no previous scholar had managed. It reconciled the orthodox theology of Islam, the religion of law and doctrine, and correct belief, with the experiential, heart-centered knowledge of Sufism, the religion of direct encounter with the divine. The head and the heart, the argument and the experience, together, not at war, together. The book changed Islamic intellectual life permanently. It is still studied today, 9 centuries later. It is one of the most influential works in the history of Islamic thought, and it was written by a man who had lost the ability to speak and found, in that silence, the only words worth saying. He died on December 19, 1111, in Tus, the city of his birth. He was 53 years old. Al-Ghazali asked himself one devastating question: is this driven by ego or by genuine seeking? Tonight, pick one thing in your life, just one, and ask that question. You do not need to act on the answer. Just ask. Your purpose is not your job title. It is not your resume. It is not the list of accomplishments you recite when someone asks what you do. It is the thing that remains when all of that goes quiet. And if you have never heard that silence, perhaps it is because you have never stopped talking long enough to listen for it. Al-Ghazali walked away from success to find purpose. The next woman was told she had no worth at all, and her answer was 30 million trees. Wangari Maathai was born on April 1, 1940, in Ihith, a small village in the highlands of central Kenya, in the Nyeri district. She was Kikuyu, the largest ethnic group in Kenya, and she was born into a family of farmers. Her parents grew pyrethrum and raised livestock. It was a modest life, rooted in the soil, shaped by the seasons. She was also, from the beginning, inconveniently brilliant. She won a scholarship to study in the United States through the Kennedy Airlift Program, one of the most significant educational exchange programs in African history. She earned a degree at Mount Street Scholastica College in Kansas. She earned a master's at the University of Pittsburgh. She returned to Kenya and earned a PhD in veterinary anatomy from the University of Nairobi in 1971, becoming the first woman in East and Central Africa to hold a doctorate. She became the first female department head at the University of Nairobi. She published research. She taught classes. She existed in the early 1970s as living proof that a Kenyan woman could stand at the front of a university lecture hall and belong there, could hold a doctorate and a departmental chair, and command the respect of students and colleagues and the entire academic machinery of a newly independent nation. Her husband, Mwangi Maathai, disagreed. In 1979, he publicly divorced her. And when I say publicly, I mean he told a court and the press on the record that she was, and I am quoting, too educated, too strong, too successful, too stubborn, and too hard to control for a woman. Too much. She lost custody of her 3 children. When she criticized the judge who ruled against her, calling the decision unjust, she was jailed for contempt of court, for having an opinion about her own children. Her ex-husband demanded she stop using his surname. So she did. She added an extra A, changing Maathai to Maathai, and made the name her own. A small act of defiance that contained, in a single vowel, everything you need to know about who this woman was. Now, I want you to understand what her life looked like in 1979. Divorced, children taken, jailed, publicly humiliated by the man who was supposed to love her. Her university position under threat because the political establishment viewed educated women with suspicion, especially educated women who had opinions. Note, told, in essence, that her greatest qualities, intelligence, strength, success, determination, were the reasons she did not deserve love. Some people would have shrunk. Some people would have gotten smaller, quieter, more palatable. Some people would have learned the lesson the world was trying to teach them: be less. Take up less space. Need less. Achieve less. Be less threatening to the fragile egos of the men who run things. Wangari Maathai planted a tree. Not metaphorically, an actual tree. She planted it in the ground. And then she started talking to the women around her. Rural Kenyan women. Women who had been told by the government, by foresters, by aid agencies, by centuries of colonial and post-colonial patriarchy, that they could not do anything that mattered. Women who had no education, no resources, no positions. Women who, in the calculus of the powerful, did not count. Maathai told them they could plant trees. The trees would prevent soil erosion. The trees would provide firewood and fruit. The trees would restore watershed areas that deforestation had damaged. And the act of planting them, the simple, physical act of pushing a seedling into the earth and tending it, would give the women something that no government program had ever given them: agency. The experience of doing something that the world said they could not do. and watching it grow. The Green Belt movement was founded in 1977, 2 years before the divorce. But it was after the divorce that it became her life. She recruited women across Kenya. They planted seedlings. Government foresters mocked them. Uneducated rural women planting trees. How quaint. How naive. How completely, predictably futile. In 1989, she fought the construction of a massive government building in Uhuru Park, Nairobi's largest public green space. The president, Daniel Arap Moi, called her a threat to the security of the nation. A crazy woman. A nuisance. In 1992, during a hunger strike for the release of political prisoners, Maathai was beaten unconscious by police. There are photographs. She is on the ground. Officers stand above her. It is one of the most iconic images in Kenyan political history. She was 52 years old. She got up. She planted more trees. By the time of her death from ovarian cancer on September 25, 2011, the Green Belt movement had planted over 30 million trees across Kenya. 30 million. That number is real. 30 million trees planted by women who had been told by everyone in power that they could do nothing that mattered. In 2004, Wangari Maathai became the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize. Her ex-husband said she was too much. The government said she was too dangerous. The foresters said she was too ignorant. And she carried a seed for every single one of them. A tree. A forest. 30 million of them. Your worth is not determined by whether the world throws flowers or stones at you. It is determined by whether you keep planting. Tomorrow, do one thing that the voice in your head says you are not allowed to do. Not something reckless. Something true. Something that is yours. Maathai planted a tree. You can plant something too. A conversation. A boundary. A beginning. We have been moving through heavy waters tonight. Loss. Murder. Slavery. Concentration camps. 35 people dead at a wedding feast. But this next story is different. It is strange and visceral and oddly funny, and it involves a man drinking from a human skull in the dark, and finding, in that moment of revulsion, the cure for the thing that keeps most of us awake at night. His name was Wonyo. He was a Korean monk, born in 617 in the Silla Kingdom, during a period when Korea was divided into 3 warring states, and the prestige of Chinese Buddhism cast a long shadow across all of them. In 7th century Korea, the thing every serious Buddhist monk wanted to do was travel to Tang Dynasty, China. China was the center. The great monasteries were there. The great teachers were there. The original Sanskrit texts, translated into Chinese by master scholars, were there. If you wanted to be taken seriously as a Buddhist thinker, if you wanted credentials, if you wanted the Buddhist equivalent of a PhD from a world-class university, you went to China. It was the ambitious thing, the prestigious thing, the thing that proved you mattered. Wonyo and his friend Ui-san set out together. The journey was long and dangerous, requiring them to cross hostile Goguryeo territory, the northern Korean kingdom that controlled the land routes to China. One night, as darkness fell and rain began, they found what appeared to be a small shelter, perhaps a cave, perhaps an overhang, and took refuge inside it. Wonyo woke in the middle of the night, desperately thirsty. The kind of thirst that pulls you out of deep sleep and will not let you settle until it is addressed. In the darkness, groping along the floor, his hand found a container. Some kind of bowl or vessel? He cupped the water to his lips and drank. It was cool. It was refreshing. It tasted like the cleanest water he had ever drunk. He felt grateful. He felt satisfied. He felt the specific pleasure of a bodily need met completely and immediately. He went back to sleep. In the morning, the light came in, and Wonyo saw where he was. Not a cave, not a shelter, a tomb, an ancient grave. He was surrounded by decomposing corpses in various states of decay. The floor he had slept on was the floor of a charnel house, and the container he had drunk from was not a bowl. It was a human skull. The cool, refreshing, delicious water was rainwater that had collected in the cranium of a dead person. His stomach heaved. Revulsion. Nausea. He retched. The same water that had tasted sweet and pure in the dark now triggered a physical reaction so violent that his body tried to expel it. And then something happened. A thought. A realization. A moment of clarity so sudden and so complete that it felt, he later said, like waking up inside a dream you did not know you were having. The water did not change. The water did not change. It was the same liquid, in the same container, at the same temperature. The same molecules of hydrogen and oxygen that had tasted like mountain spring water in the dark now tasted like corpse soup in the light. Nothing about the physical reality had changed. The only thing that changed was his mind. In the dark, his mind told a story. This is clean water in a bowl. It tasted good. In the light, his mind told a different story. This is decomposition, runoff in a skull. It was disgusting. Same water. A different story. Different experience. When the mind arises, Wonhyo realized, all phenomena arise. When the mind ceases, the skull and the beautiful bowl are not two different things. He stopped walking toward China. He turned around. He went home. He never went to China. Because he understood, in that single visceral moment, something that no Chinese master could have taught him any more clearly. Enlightenment does not live somewhere else. It does not require a prestigious pilgrimage, or a famous teacher, or an impressive credential, or a foreign stamp on your passport. It is available right here, right now, in the perception you already have. The skull and the bowl are the same. The fear and the reality are the same. The only thing that changes is the story your mind tells about them. Wonhyo returned to Korea and spent the rest of his life teaching Buddhism to ordinary people. He broke monastic conventions spectacularly. He had a son with a Silla princess, a son named Seol Chong, who would grow up to become one of the greatest Confucian scholars in Korean history, and who invented the Idu system for writing Korean using Chinese characters. Wonhyo wrote over 100 treatises, of which approximately 20 survive. He brought philosophy out of the elite monasteries and into the streets, the markets, the villages. He danced. He sang. He made Buddhism accessible to people who would never pass an examination or sit in a lecture hall. All because of a skull and the water that did not change. The next time an anxious thought grips you, try this. Do not argue with it. Do not try to make it go away. Do not treat it as an enemy to be conquered or a problem to be solved. Just ask, is this the skull or the beautiful bowl? The situation has not changed. Only my perception has. Anxiety tells you that the skull is real and the beautiful bowl was the illusion. Wonhyo discovered the opposite. Your anxious thoughts are perceptions, not prophecies. They feel solid. They feel true. They feel like the hardest, most undeniable facts of your existence. But they are stories your mind is telling in the dark. And in the morning light, they dissolve. We have traveled far tonight, you and I, 12 stories, 12 gentle truths. From a Chinese exile cooking pork to a Korean monk drinking from a skull. From a Dutch woman shaking hands with her tormentor to a Kenyan woman planting 30 million trees. Now, I want to take you further. Because each of these 12 truths has been discovered by more than one person, in more than one culture, in more than one century. And that is perhaps the most comforting thing of all. These truths are not accidents. They are not lucky coincidences. They are patterns, worn into the stone of human experience like water wearing a groove. So settle in a little deeper. Let the pillow do its work. We are going to revisit each of these 12 fears one more time through 12 new lives, 12 new cultures, 12 new windows into the same gentle truths. We began tonight with burnout, with Sushi, the Chinese poet who was arrested for his words and cooked his way to freedom in exile. Now, for the second time, we turn to that same exhaustion. But this time, the answer comes not from a genius who reinvented himself, but from a man who failed at everything and found peace in the one task nobody wanted. His name, originally, was Nicholas Herman. He was born around 1611 in the Lorraine region of eastern France during the early years of the 30 Years' War. That war, which would eventually kill roughly 8 million people and redraw the political map of Europe, shaped Nicholas's youth in ways that the surviving records do not detail. We know he served as a soldier. We know he was wounded. We know his military career was undistinguished, which is a polite way of saying he was an ordinary foot soldier who got hurt and sent home with nothing to show for it. After the war, he tried to make a life in civilian service. He became a footman, a household servant for a wealthy family. The job required grace, coordination, and the ability to carry expensive objects without breaking them. Nicholas possessed none of these qualities. He later described himself with cheerful self-deprecation as the great clumsy fellow who broke everything. He dropped trays. He spilled wine. He knocked things off tables with his elbows. He was, in every practical sense, unemployable. At some point, around 1640, out of options and out of prospects, Nicholas Herman entered the discalced Carmelite Priory in Paris. He took the religious name Brother Lawrence of the Resurrection, and he was assigned the lowest task in the monastery: the kitchen. Not the library, not the scriptorium, not the choir, not any of the assignments that required talent or education or the kind of qualities that the monastic world valued. The kitchen. Pots and pans, hot water and grease. The endless cycle of cooking, serving, cleaning, and doing it all, again, 3 times a day, 7 days a week, for the rest of your natural life. For the next 30 years, Brother Lawrence washed dishes. I need you to understand the specific quality of this work. It was not meditative in any romantic sense. It was hot. It was wet. It was monotonous. The kitchen of a 17th century Carmelite monastery served dozens of monks at every meal, and the pots were not small, and the grease was not easy, and there were no machines to help. It was the kind of work that makes your hands crack and your back ache and your mind, if you let it, go numb with the sheer repetitive weight of it. And Brother Lawrence found God there. Not in the chapel, not during the formal hours of prayer, the office that structured the monastic day into periods of devotion, reading, and work. Not in the special moments that the other monks considered the high points of their spiritual lives. In the kitchen, in the act of scrubbing a burnt pot, in the moment of peeling a carrot, in the rhythm of heating water and plunging his cracked hands into it, and washing and rinsing and drying and stacking and beginning again. He said, and his words were recorded by the Abbé Joseph de Beaufort through conversations and letters, that he experienced no difference between the time of prayer and the time of work. The presence of peace, the awareness of something holy, was not dependent on the setting or the activity. It was available in every moment, including the ones that the world considered the least sacred. He was never hasty. He was never anxious. He was never loitering. He did each thing in its season with an even, uninterrupted composure that visitors found almost eerie. Here was a man in a hot kitchen, his hands deep in soapy water, his back bent over a stone basin, and he radiated calm. Not the forced calm of someone suppressing their anxiety. The genuine, settled calm of someone who has found the thing that everyone is looking for and is baffled that everyone is looking somewhere else for it. Word spread. As it does, people from across France began traveling to the Carmelite Priory in Paris to meet this kitchen monk, not to hear him preach, because he did not preach, not to attend his lectures, because he gave none, to sit with him while he worked, and to ask him, in plain language, how he had found what they could not. And Brother Lawrence, wiping his hands on his apron, would tell them, with a simplicity that bordered on exasperation, that the secret was not complicated. It was not a technique. It was not a method. It was not a 7-step program, or a visualization exercise, or a breathing pattern, or any of the apparatus that the spiritual industry would later build around the concept of presence. It was just being where you are, fully, without wishing you were somewhere else. Without treating the current moment as an obstacle between you and the next, better, more spiritual moment. Just this. Just here. Just now. Just the pot in your hands, and the water, and the soap, and the warmth, and the work, and the breathing, and the being alive. He died on February 12, 1691, at approximately 80 years of age. His conversations and letters were compiled and published the following year as The Practice of the Presence of God. It has been in continuous print for over 330 years. It is one of the most quietly influential spiritual texts in Western history. It has been read by millions of people across every denomination and no denomination at all, people who picked it up in airport bookshops and monasteries and second-hand stores and hospital waiting rooms. And it was written by a dishwasher who could not get a job as a waiter. The most profound calm in 17th century Paris belonged to a man whose hands were in soapy water for 3 decades. The gentle truth: burnout is not cured by rest alone. It is cured by presence, by being fully where you are, instead of always reaching for where you think you should be. Brother Lawrence did not escape the kitchen. He discovered that the kitchen was the cathedral, that every moment, even the most mundane, even the most repetitive, even the most apparently meaningless, holds the same quality as the one before the altar. If you are paying attention, tomorrow pick one mundane task: washing dishes, folding laundry, the commute, and try this. Do it as if it were the only thing in the world. Not to accomplish it, not to get through it, but to be fully inside it. You might find, as Lawrence did, that the thing you have been rushing through was the thing you were rushing toward. Brother Lawrence found peace within the mundane. The next woman found it within the desert, after being freed from circumstances that were anything but mundane. Her story is about loneliness, but not the loneliness you think. It is about a woman who chose solitude precisely because she had been forced into the deepest possible isolation by slavery, and who discovered, in that chosen aloneness, a kind of love so radical that it redefined the word for an entire civilization. Her name was Rabia al-Adawiyya. She was born in Basra, in what is now southern Iraq, around the year 713 CE. During the early Abbasid period, when the Islamic world was still young and expanding, and the mystical tradition that would become Sufism was just beginning to take shape. She was born into poverty. Her parents died when she was young. And then, because the 8th century world was not gentle to orphaned girls without protectors, she was sold into slavery. The details of her enslavement are filtered through centuries of hagiographic retelling. Our primary source is Farid al-Din Attar, the Persian poet who wrote the Memorial of the Saints approximately 400 years after Rabi'a's death. The distance between the events and the recording means that some details have been polished by devotion into legend. But the core facts are consistent across all sources. She was enslaved, she endured harsh conditions, and she was eventually freed. The story of her freedom, as Attar tells it, has the quality of a fairy tale that happens to be true. Her master woke one night and saw a light above Rabi'a's head as she prayed in the dark. Not a metaphorical light, not the inner glow of spiritual practice, a visible radiance illuminating the entire room, so bright and so unmistakable that the master, whatever his faults, could not deny what he was seeing. He freed her the next morning. Now, what Rabi'a did with her freedom is what makes her extraordinary. She did not seek wealth. She did not seek marriage or protection or any of the things that a freed slave in the 8th century might reasonably want. She did not seek revenge or compensation or justice, concepts that would have been as foreign to her legal context as they were natural to her human one. She walked into the desert outside Basra, and she chose a life of voluntary poverty and solitude. This is the paradox at the heart of Rabi'a's story, and it is the paradox I want you to hold as you drift tonight. A woman who had been forced into the most extreme form of isolation, slavery, the total negation of your will and your identity and your freedom, chose isolation when she was free. Not because she was broken, not because she was afraid of the world, because she had discovered, in the crucible of enslavement, something inside herself that the desert could not take and that society could not give. She became the first major figure in the Sufi tradition to articulate the concept of disinterested love. Love without conditions. Love without the expectation of reward or the fear of punishment. Love that is not a transaction. Love that is not an investment with an expected return. She made this point with characteristic directness. There is a story, widely attested in the Sufi biographical tradition, of Rabi'a walking through the streets of Basra, carrying a torch in one hand and a bucket of water in the other. Someone asked her what she was doing. She said, "I want to set fire to paradise with this torch and douse the flames of hell with this water, so that people will stop worshipping God out of fear of punishment or hope of reward and start worshipping for love alone." Set fire to paradise. Douse hell. Burn down the entire incentive structure of religious devotion. Remove every carrot and every stick, and see if what remains, if anything remains, is love. Think about how radical that is. In any culture, in any century, in any religious framework organized around the promise of heaven and the threat of hell, Rabia was saying, if the only reason you love is because you want something or fear something, you do not understand love. Real love has no reason. It is its own reason. She never married. She lived in poverty that would have horrified most ascetics. She debated the greatest scholars and mystics of her age as an intellectual equal, at a time when women were not expected to have opinions, let alone theological positions that could dismantle the foundations of an entire school of thought. And yet, people came to her. The voluntary solitude that should have isolated her instead drew circles of devoted followers, students, seekers, people who had tried everything the world offered: wealth, status, family, pleasure, achievement, and found it insufficient. They came to the desert to sit with a woman who had nothing and radiated everything. The gentle truth about loneliness that Rabia offers tonight, it is not always solved by adding more people to your life. Sometimes it is solved by changing the quality of attention you bring to the life you already have. Rabia had nothing. No family. No possessions. No social standing. And she radiated a love so unconditional, so freed from the machinery of reward and punishment, that it redefined what love meant for an entire mystical tradition that has now lasted 13 centuries. Tonight, try this. Think of one person you love without expecting anything in return. No conditions. No reciprocity. No expectation of a phone call, or a thank you, or even acknowledgement. Just love, aimed outward, into the dark, with nothing asked back. That quality of attention is what Rabia found in the desert. And it was enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Rabia found freedom in chosen solitude. The next story is about a boy who found it on a floor in the middle of an ordinary afternoon by doing something that sounds either very brave or very strange. He pretended to be a corpse. And what he discovered in that pretending turned out not to be pretending at all. His name was Venkataraman. He was 16 years old. He lived with his uncle's family in Madurai, a temple city in the far south of India, in the state of Tamil Nadu. The year was 1896. The month was July. He was an ordinary student. Average grades. No spiritual inclination that anyone had noticed. No guru. No practice. No meditation cushion. No books about the meaning of life. Nothing that would suggest to anyone who knew him that something was about to happen that would be discussed by seekers and scholars for the next century and beyond. One afternoon, he was sitting alone in a room on the first floor of his uncle's house. Nothing special about the room. Nothing special about the afternoon. And then, without warning, without trigger, without illness or loss or provocation of any kind, a sudden, violent, overwhelming fear of death seized him. Not the vague, philosophical awareness of mortality that visits most people from time to time. This was physical. His heart pounded. His body shook. His mind was consumed by a single, inescapable, paralyzing thought. I am going to die. Most people, when gripped by sudden existential terror, do one of two things. They distract themselves, reaching for a phone, a conversation, a drink, anything to break the loop. Or they panic, letting the fear run its course until the adrenaline burns out and the everyday world reasserts itself. Either way, the fear is treated as an enemy, something to be fled from or endured. Venkataraman did something else entirely. He lay down on the floor. He stiffened his limbs, mimicking the rigidity of a corpse. He held his breath. He closed his eyes. He turned toward the fear instead of away from it. And he asked himself a question. What is it that dies? The body dies, obviously. The body stiffens, grows cold, is burned or buried or left to the elements. That much was certain. But was he the body? Was the thing that was afraid, the thing that was asking the question, the awareness that was observing all of this, was that the body? Or was it something else? Something that used the body the way a person uses a room, inhabiting it temporarily, but not identical with it. He felt, in that moment, something that he later struggled for decades to describe in words. A current, not a thought, not an idea, an experience, a direct encounter with something that was aware, present, watching, but that did not have the quality of a thing that could die. It was not solid. It was not located in a particular place. It was more like the space in which everything else happened. The screen on which the movie plays. You can destroy the movie. You can even destroy the projector. But can you destroy the screen? His fear vanished. Not gradually, not through argument or consolation or the slow erosion of time. It vanished completely in a single moment, like a wave that hits a wall and discovers the wall is not there. It never returned. 6 weeks later, without telling anyone where he was going, the boy, now calling himself simply Ramana, left home. He traveled to Tiruvannamalai, to Arunachala, the red mountain that Hindu tradition considers the physical embodiment of Shiva's fire column, a place where the divine is said to dwell, not as a symbol, but as a presence. He arrived as a teenager with no money, no plan, and no intention beyond sitting in the presence of the mountain and staying there. He sat in the great 1,000-pillared hall of the Arunachaleswara temple for weeks, possibly months. He was so still that insects burrowed into his legs. His skin developed sores. He barely ate. Other seekers found him and began bringing food. He did not acknowledge them at first. He was, by all descriptions, somewhere else. Not unconscious, not catatonic, present in a way that was more present than the people around him, despite appearing absent. Over the following years and decades, he became Ramana Maharshi, and he spent the remaining 54 years of his life at Arunachala, teaching primarily through silence. people came from around the world. Western seekers, Indian devotees, philosophers, scientists. They came expecting lectures, doctrines, methods. What they found was a man who, more often than not, said nothing at all. He sat, he looked at them, and in the quality of that looking, in the silence between them, something happened that the visitors found almost impossible to describe afterward. A peace, a settling, a sense that the question they had traveled thousands of miles to ask had been answered before they opened their mouths. His one spoken teaching, the teaching he returned to whenever words were necessary, was a single question. Not an answer. A question. Who am I? Not who do you think you are? Not what is your name, your job, your role in the family, your place in the social hierarchy. Who is the one asking? Who is aware? What is it that knows it is afraid? What is it that knows it is thinking? What is it that right now is reading these words? His disciples begged him not to die. In his final illness from cancer, he is reported to have said, with the gentleness of someone explaining something obvious to someone who should already know it, "Where can I go? I am here." A teenager with no training, no guru, no preparation, faced the deepest human fear by lying down and pretending to be dead. And in that pretending, he discovered something that was not pretending at all. The fear of death dissolves not by avoiding it, not by arguing with it, not by building elaborate philosophical defenses against it, but by asking, very quietly, what exactly you are afraid of losing. Tonight, as you lie here in the dark, try this. Ask yourself gently, who is it that is afraid? Not to solve the fear, not to make it go away, just to notice. To notice that there is a part of you that can observe the fear without being the fear. That noticing is the beginning. It is always the beginning. Ramana faced death alone, in silence, on a floor. The next man faced it in prison for 27 years. And when the door finally opened, he did something the world never expected. You know his name. Everyone knows his name. But I suspect you do not know the part of his story I want to tell you tonight. Not the political figure, not the icon. The human being who made a small daily choice, repeated 27,000 times, that was more revolutionary than any speech he ever gave. Nelson Mandela was imprisoned on Robben Island in 1964 after being sentenced to life for his role in the armed resistance to apartheid. He was 46 years old. He would not walk out of prison until he was 71. The conditions were what you imagine, and worse than you imagine. A concrete cell, 7 feet by 9 feet. A bucket for a toilet. Hard labor in a lime quarry, the white dust so intense that it permanently damaged his eyesight. Letters censored. Visits restricted to 30 minutes every 6 months. The systematic, administrative dehumanization of a man who represented the hope of millions. Mandela was not a saint in prison. I want to be very clear about that, because the icon has a way of obscuring the man. He was angry. He was political. He argued with the prison authorities about conditions, about food, about the right to wear long trousers instead of shorts, which sounds trivial until you understand that in the racial hierarchy of apartheid South Africa, the length of a man's trousers was a statement about his status as a human being. He was strategic. He was calculating. He played chess with his captors, literally and metaphorically. But he also made a choice. A small one. The kind that looks like nothing from the outside and costs everything on the inside. He chose every day to see the humanity in the people who were keeping him locked up. In 1978, a young man named Christo Brand arrived at Robben Island. He was 18 years old, an Afrikaner farm boy from the Western Cape. He had been told he would be guarding dangerous terrorists, enemies of the state, the most dangerous men in South Africa. On his first shift, in the section where the political prisoners were held, prisoner 46,664 looked at this nervous teenager in an oversized uniform and asked him about his family. "Where are you from, son? How is your mother? Do you have brothers, sisters?" Brand was confused. This was not what terrorists did. This was not what dangerous men did. Dangerous men snarled and threatened and plotted escape. They did not ask an 18-year-old guard about his mother. Over the following years, the questions continued. Mandela remembered the details. He followed up. "How is your son doing in school? How did that situation with your neighbor resolve? Is your mother's health improving?" He was not performing compassion. He was not building a strategic relationship to facilitate escape or negotiate better conditions, though the relationship did, eventually, produce both. He was genuinely, humanly interested. He saw Christo Brand, not the uniform, not the system the uniform represented, the person wearing it. A young man who was afraid and confused and doing a job he had been told was righteous by a government that lied about everything. A bond formed. Not between equals, because one man held the keys and the other stood behind the bars, but genuine, human. The kind of bond that forms when one person insists on seeing another person as a person, regardless of every structure and system designed to prevent exactly that from happening. Years later, long after Mandela's release, Brand said something that has stayed with me. He said, "Mandela was my prisoner, friend, president, and father." All 4 words, simultaneously. The man who was caged by the system and the man who was employed by the system became, over the slow accumulation of thousands of daily conversations conducted through bars, something that neither the prisoners, nor the guards, nor the architects of apartheid had imagined possible. Something like family. On February 11, 1990, Nelson Mandela walked out of prison. The world, which had been holding its breath for 27 years, expected a particular kind of man to emerge. A man hardened by decades of confinement. A man carrying the justified fury of his people. A man who would demand retribution for the suffering of millions. He offered reconciliation instead. He became president in 1994, and in 1995, in a moment that everyone who was alive to see it remembers, he walked onto the field at the Rugby World Cup wearing a Springbok jersey. The Springboks, the rugby team of the Afrikaner establishment. The team that, for decades, had been a symbol of white South African identity and a source of fury for black South Africans. Mandela wore their jersey. He shook the captain's hand. He smiled. Many of his own supporters thought he had lost his mind. The gesture was so audacious, so seemingly counterintuitive, that it confused both allies and enemies. Why would you embrace the symbol of the people who imprisoned you? Because Mandela understood something that 27 years in a concrete cell had taught him. Unforgiveness is a prison you build for yourself. And he had already spent enough time in someone else's prison to have no interest in constructing his own. He invited Christo Brand to his presidential inauguration. As a guest, not a display, not a political prop, a guest. Because the friendship was real. Because the man who asked a nervous teenager about his mother 30 years ago had meant it. And the teenager, now middle-aged, who had brought books and news and small kindnesses to a man behind bars, had meant it too. The gentle truth Mandela offers about forgiveness is not that it is easy. It is that the alternative is harder. Carrying bitterness for 27 years in a prison is survivable. Carrying it for the rest of your life, voluntarily, after the prison door opens, that is the sentence no one imposes on you except yourself. If you are carrying unforgiveness tonight, you do not need to set it all down. Just set down one piece. One small piece. Like Mandela asking a guard about his mother. One small act of seeing a human being where you have been seeing a grievance. That is enough for tonight. Mandela spent 27 years in prison and emerged with forgiveness. The next man spent his entire adult life losing the one sense that defined him. And what he composed in that silence was the most profound music the Western world has ever produced. Ludwig van Beethoven was born in Bonn, Germany, in December 1770. His father, Johann, was a court musician and an alcoholic who recognized his son's extraordinary musical talent early and exploited it with a brutality that the word stage parent does not begin to cover. He would drag the boy out of bed in the middle of the night to practice. He would beat him for mistakes. He presented the young Ludwig as a prodigy, lying about his age to make the talent seem more remarkable. By his mid-20s, Beethoven was in Vienna. He was not just talented. He was ferocious. He played the piano with a physical intensity that audiences had never witnessed. He composed with a boldness that made his contemporaries uncomfortable. He was rude to patrons, dismissive of convention, and possessed of an arrogance so total that it circled back around to honesty. He was, by every account, extraordinarily difficult to be around. He was also going deaf. It started in his late 20s, a ringing in the ears, high-pitched sounds becoming indistinct, then conversations becoming difficult, then impossible. By the time he was in his early 40s, he was essentially completely deaf. I need you to understand what this means. Not abstractly, specifically. Beethoven was a man whose entire identity was sound. His purpose was sound. His gift was sound. His connection to every human being around him passed through his ears. When he sat at a piano and played, the relationship between his fingers and the keys, and the vibrations in the air, and the response of the listeners, was the most intimate thing in his life. And that intimacy was being slowly, systematically, irreversibly erased. He described himself, in a letter, as a man whose sense in which he should be more perfect than all others should be so defective. That sentence contains more pain than most novels. He was right. He should have had the finest ears in the world. He had the finest musical mind in the world. And his body was betraying him, taking away the one thing that connected his inner genius to the outer world. He began withdrawing. For 2 years, he barely left his apartment in Vienna. Not because he was a recluse by temperament. He loved company. He loved argument. He loved long walks with friends in the countryside, and loud dinners and heated debates about politics and art. But he could no longer bear the specific, humiliating moment when someone said something to him and he had to ask them to repeat it, and they repeated it, and he still could not hear, and they repeated it again, louder, and the gap between the world's sounds and his silence widened into an abyss. On October 6, 1802, in the village of Heiligenstadt, outside Vienna, Beethoven wrote a letter to his brothers Karl and Johann. It is now known as the Heiligenstadt Testament. It is, in every meaningful sense, a suicide note. He describes his isolation, his shame, his despair at the progressive loss of the sense that defined him. And then he writes a sentence that has echoed through 2 centuries of interpretation. It seemed impossible to leave the world until I had produced all that I felt was within me. Art. That was the only thing standing between Beethoven and the end. Not faith, not philosophy, not the love of friends or family. The conviction, felt in his body rather than reasoned by his mind, that there was music inside him that had not yet come out, and that he owed it to that music, if not to himself, to stay alive long enough to hear it into the world. Even if the hearing would be internal, even if his ears could no longer verify what his mind was composing. He never sent the letter. It was found after his death, hidden in a drawer with a few other papers, and a portrait of a woman whose identity has never been conclusively established. What happened next defies every reasonable expectation. In the years of his most complete deafness, roughly 1815 to 1827, Beethoven composed the late string quartets. Opus 127 through Opus 135. 6 works that represent, in the judgment of virtually every musician and musicologist who has studied them, the highest achievement in the history of Western chamber music. They are not easy listening. They are not the triumphant, accessible Beethoven of the Fifth Symphony or the Ninth. They are strange. They are deep. They are structurally unconventional, harmonically adventurous, emotionally vast. They were rejected by Beethoven's contemporaries, who found them incomprehensible. Critics suggested that the deaf man had finally lost his mind. Audiences walked out. They were wrong. The world simply was not ready. The late quartets are now understood as the moment when Western music stopped describing the exterior world and began mapping the interior one. They are what a human mind sounds like when all external noise has been stripped away. When the chatter and the traffic and the conversations and the bird song and the wind have all gone silent, and what remains is this vast, strange, heartbreaking, exquisitely beautiful landscape of pure thought, translated into vibrations that the composer himself could never hear. Beethoven died on March 26, 1827, during a thunderstorm. Legend says his final gesture was to raise his fist at the thunder. Even at the end, he was fighting the sound he could not hear. The gentle truth Beethoven offers about relationships is this: what we think defines our connections. The easy communication, the shared noise of daily life, the surface back and forth of ordinary interaction is the shell, not the core. Beethoven lost his hearing and became more himself, not less. The relationships he lost with the outside world were replaced by a relationship with something deeper. Something that had been there all along, drowned out by the very sounds he thought he needed. The late quartets are what a human being sounds like when all external noise has been stripped away. And they are the most beautiful things he ever made. Tonight, if you feel disconnected from someone, try this. Instead of trying harder to communicate, try listening to the silence between you. Sometimes, what cannot be said out loud is already being said in the quiet. Beethoven lost the world's sounds and found inner music. The next man lost the world's approval and found inner peace. But the road there passed through a field of 100,000 dead. His name was Ashoka, Emperor Ashoka. He ruled the Maurya Empire in India, the largest empire the subcontinent had ever seen. His grandfather, Chandragupta Maurya, had founded it. His father, Bindusara, had expanded it. And Ashoka, who came to power around 268 BCE through means that the historical sources describe as violent, even by the standards of ancient Indian succession, inherited a territory that stretched from modern Afghanistan to the borders of Tamil Nadu. But there was a region that held out: Kalinga. On the eastern coast, roughly where the state of Odisha is today, Kalinga was independent, prosperous, and defiant. It had resisted Maurya expansion. It represented a gap in the map that Ashoka found intolerable. In approximately 261 BCE, he invaded. The Kalinga War was catastrophic, even by ancient standards. Over 100,000 soldiers killed on both sides. 150,000 civilians displaced. The infrastructure of an entire region demolished, its economy destroyed, its social fabric torn beyond repair. This was not a surgical military operation. It was annihilation. And then, Ashoka did something that almost no conqueror in human history has ever done. He walked the battlefield. He looked, not from a chariot, not from a hillside. He walked among the bodies and the ruins and the weeping survivors. He saw what his ambition had produced. The specific, individual, non-abstract reality of 100,000 people who had been alive yesterday and were dead today because he had wanted their territory. We know what happened next because Ashoka told us himself. Not in a private diary. Not in a confession to a priest. He carved his remorse into stone. Literally. He ordered inscriptions to be cut into rock faces and erected on pillars across his empire. The 13th Major Rock Edict describes his reaction to the Kalinga War in his own words. He wrote, or rather, he dictated to his masons that the slaughter and the deportation and the suffering caused him profound sorrow. He wrote that even the death of 100th or 1,000th part of those who were killed would be grievous to him. He wrote that he now considered the only true conquest to be the conquest by Dharma, by righteousness, not the conquest by force. And then, for the next 40 years, he proved that these were not just words carved in stone. He established a network of hospitals for humans and for animals. He planted shade trees along roads for the comfort of travelers. He sent missionaries of peace, not armies, to neighboring kingdoms. He instituted animal welfare laws that were not surpassed in scope until the modern era. He erected the pillars with their ethical inscriptions across the subcontinent, visible reminders that the empire was now governed by a different principle. The Ashoka Chakra, the wheel of Dharma that he adopted as his imperial symbol, appears on the flag of the Republic of India today. 23 centuries later, the man who carved his regret into stone left a symbol that an entire nation of 1.4 billion people chose to carry forward. Ashoka died around 232 BCE. His empire did not long survive him. Empires rarely do. But the rock edicts survived, and the Dharma survived, and the example survived that a man who committed the worst act imaginable spent the rest of his life building its opposite. Not to be forgiven, not to be absolved, but because the only honest response to an irreversible act is to change direction entirely and spend every remaining day reducing the kind of suffering you once caused. I want to pause here one more time, because something beautiful is happening if you have been listening. We have heard 20 stories now, 20 lives from 20 different worlds, and a pattern has become undeniable. a Chinese poet and a French monk, both found that the cure for exhaustion is not rest. It is presence. A Japanese hermit and an Iraqi mystic both found that loneliness dissolves when you stop needing. A French philosopher and an Indian teenager both found that death has a gentle face. A Dutch woman and a South African prisoner both found that forgiveness is an act, not a feeling. A Persian enslaved by crusaders and a deaf German composer both found that the most profound connections survive the loss of everything external. Different centuries, different continents, different religions, different languages, different gods, the same truths, worn into the stone of human experience like water wearing rock. That is not coincidence, nightlings. That is evidence. Evidence that whatever you are carrying to this bed tonight, someone has carried it before. In a language you will never speak. In a century you will never visit. And they found a way to set it down. If you are carrying regret tonight, here is the question that matters. Not, can I undo it? You cannot. But, what can I build from it? The rubble of regret is still building material. Ashoka proved that. With hospitals and shade trees and pillars that are still standing 23 centuries later. Ashoka remade himself entirely. From conqueror to peacemaker. From destroyer to builder. He chose a new identity and carved it into stone. But the next man never had that luxury. He did not choose between two identities. He was born between them. And the world, on both sides of the divide, refused to let him be both. His name was Gomez Suarez de Figueroa. You know him as Inca Garcilaso de la Vega. And his birth, in 1539, in Cusco, Peru, was itself an act of collision. His father was Captain Sebastian Garcilaso de la Vega, a Spanish conquistador of noble Extremaduran lineage, a man who had crossed an ocean to claim a continent for God and gold and Spain. His mother was Isabel Chimpu Oclo, an Inca princess of the royal Hunan Cusco lineage, the granddaughter of the great emperor Tupac Inca Yupanqui, and niece of Huayna Capac, the last ruler of an intact Inca empire. He grew up between two languages, Quechua with his mother, Spanish with his father. Two languages that carried not just different words, but different cosmologies, different ways of understanding time, space, divinity, kingship, and the relationship between human beings and the earth beneath their feet. His mother told him the stories of the Inca, the empire of four quarters, Tawantinsuyu, that had stretched from modern Colombia to central Chile. The road system that spanned 25,000 miles, the greatest feat of pre-modern engineering on the planet, connecting deserts and mountains and rainforests without a single wheeled vehicle. The quipu, the knotted strings that recorded information with a sophistication that scholars are still deciphering. The masonry of Sacsayhuaman and Machu Picchu, stones fitted so precisely that a knife blade could not be inserted between them. His father told him the story of conquest, of Christian duty, of Spanish destiny, of a providential mission to bring civilization and the true faith to a continent that, in the Spanish telling, had been waiting for them. When Garcilaso was approximately 10 years old, his father married a Spanish woman. His Inca mother was set aside. Not dramatically, not cruelly, by the standards of the time. Quietly, she was given a different household. The message, unspoken but unmistakable, was, the conquest has chosen its side. Spanish wives are for Spanish families. Inca mothers are for Inca households. The in-between place where Garcilaso had lived, his childhood was closing. At 21, after his father's death, Garcilaso sailed to Spain. He went to claim his father's lineage, to be recognized as Spanish, to take the name Garcilaso de la Vega, one of the most illustrious names in Spanish letters, associated with one of Spain's greatest poets. He was permitted the name. He was never accepted. Not fully. In Spain, he was the mestizo, the half-blood, the curiosity from the colonies. He was received with the polite, carefully calibrated distance that the Spanish aristocracy reserved for people who were almost, but not quite, one of them. His military service was acknowledged, but not rewarded, as a pure-blooded Spaniard's would have been. The doors that opened for men of holy Spanish ancestry remained, for him, slightly but permanently ajar. And he could not go back. The Inca world his mother had described was gone, reorganized, dismantled. The Spanish colonial apparatus had rearranged the social order of an entire continent, and there was no longer a place called home for a mestizo prince. He was too Spanish for Peru and too Peruvian for Spain. He belonged, in the most literal sense, nowhere. So he wrote. For decades. In a quiet house in Cordoba, in southern Spain, far from the mountains of his birth and the family he could not rejoin, Garcilaso composed royal commentaries of the Incas, published in 1609. It was the first major literary work to present the Inca civilization not as savage or primitive or merely exotic, but as noble, sophisticated, philosophically rich, and worthy of the same respect that European readers accorded to ancient Greece and Rome. He drew on his mother's stories, on the Quechua language that he carried in his mouth like a second heartbeat, a language he had no one to speak with in Cordoba, but that shaped the rhythm of his Spanish prose, on his own childhood memories of a world that was already disappearing by the time he was old enough to understand it, on the testimonies of other Inca noblemen and mestizos who, like him, existed in the gap between two civilizations and had no one to tell their truth to except each other, and, through the printed page, the future. The royal commentaries are remarkable for what they do not do. They do not choose a side. They do not demonize the Spanish. They do not idealize the Inca. They hold two truths simultaneously, with a patience and a precision that most people, then and now, find intolerable. The Inca were great. The Spanish caused terrible destruction. Christianity brought something real to the Americas. The conquest was a catastrophe. These statements coexist in Garcilaso's pages, not because he was confused or indecisive, but because he knew in his body, in the two languages that lived in his brain, that both were true, and that insisting on only one was a lie. He is now recognized as the first great literary voice of mestizo consciousness, the first person to write from the inside about what it means to be two things at once, to carry two civilizations in your blood and refuse to betray either one. He died in Cordoba on April 23, 1616, the same day, according to their respective calendars, that Cervantes died in Madrid and Shakespeare died in Stratford. Three writers who reshaped their languages. One of them was a man who carried two languages inside him and insisted, until his last breath, that both were his. The gentle truth Garcilaso offers about identity: you do not need to choose. You do not need to resolve the contradictions. You do not need to pick a side or fit neatly into a category that the world has prepared for you. What if the in-between place is not a problem to be solved, but a perspective to be valued? What if you can see, from the middle, things that people on either side cannot? Tonight, instead of trying to resolve which version of you is the real one, try this. What can you see from the middle that others cannot? Garcilaso could not choose between two worlds. The next woman was told she was too brilliant for any world, and her response was to go to the very bottom, not because she was defeated, but because she suspected that the very bottom was where the truth lived. Simone Weil was born on February 3, 1909, in Paris, into a secular Jewish family of remarkable intellectual achievement. Her father, Bernard, was a distinguished physician. Her mother, Selma, poured her considerable intelligence into the education of her two children. And her brother, André Weil, was a mathematical genius. I need you to understand the specific quality of André's brilliance, because without it, Simone's story does not make sense. André was not merely talented. He was not merely precocious. He was one of those human beings who appears, perhaps once or twice in a generation, with a mind so perfectly calibrated for their domain that everything they touch turns to gold. He was publishing original mathematical work before he finished secondary school. He would go on to become one of the founders of the Bourbaki Group, the collective pseudonym for a group of mathematicians who reshaped the foundations of modern mathematics. He is considered one of the most important mathematicians of the 20th century. Simone adored him, and she was destroyed by the comparison. Boom. At 14 years old, she fell into a period of despair so severe that she later wrote she seriously considered dying. Not because of external failure, not because her life was bad, because she believed, with the unshakable certainty of an adolescent who has encountered genuine genius up close, that she was mediocre, that her mind, which was in fact one of the most formidable philosophical minds of the century, was nothing compared to her brother's, that the mathematical Eden André inhabited was closed to her forever, and that nothing she could do in any other field would matter, because it was not that. Now, most people who suffer from comparison trauma try to overcome it by surpassing the person they are comparing themselves to. They work harder. They achieve more. They seek the metrics that might, someday, close the gap, or at least narrow it to a tolerable width. Simone Weil went in the opposite direction. In 1934, at the age of 25, she resigned her position as a philosophy teacher, a position she had earned with distinction from the École Normale Supérieure, and went to work as an unskilled factory laborer, anonymously, under a false name, in 3 separate factories, including a Renault plant in the Parisian suburb of Billancourt. The conditions were what the conditions of unskilled factory labor always are: brutal, 10-hour days, dangerous machinery that the workers had to operate at speeds that guaranteed injuries, foremen who cared about quotas and not about the human bodies meeting them, wages that barely covered the cost of food, the systematic, industrial-scale reduction of a human being to a pair of hands attached to a production target. She did this for a year, and it nearly killed her. She suffered headaches so severe that they left her incapacitated. She lost weight. She burned herself on machinery. She experienced the specific, grinding humiliation of being treated as interchangeable, as a unit of labor rather than a person, by a system that did not know or care that the woman running the stamping press had read more philosophy than most university professors. But something happened on those factory floors that changed the direction of her thinking forever. She discovered what she called affliction. Not ordinary suffering, which can be borne with dignity and even turned to advantage. Affliction. A specific combination of physical pain, psychological degradation, and social humiliation that strips a person of everything, including the capacity to say, I. The thing that factory work does to the human spirit, when the human spirit is reduced to a function. And through that stripping, through that total removal of everything she had used to construct her identity, intelligence, reputation, academic achievement, family name, the comparison with her brother, everything, she found something at the bottom. Something real. Something that the comparison trap, no matter how severe, could never reach. Because it existed beneath comparison, beneath achievement, beneath identity itself. She emerged from the factory, devastated but transformed. She wrote that the experience had enabled her to touch with my finger the things which I had previously been able only to imagine. The reality of human suffering. The experience of being nothing. And the discovery that, even when you are nothing, something remains. Something that is not earned by brilliance or achievement. Something that simply is. Albert Camus later called her the only great spirit of our time. She died in 1943, at 33, of tuberculosis, compounded by her refusal to eat more than the rations available to the people of occupied France. To the end, she could not accept having more than others. The gentle truth about comparison, self-worth, cannot be earned by measuring yourself against someone else. It cannot be achieved by winning the competition, because the competition itself is the cage. Simone Weil did not try to outshine her brother. She went down, all the way down, and at the bottom, beneath the achievement and the comparison and the identity and the ego, she found the thing that none of those could touch. Stop measuring just for tonight. There is no one to beat. There is only you, lying here, breathing. That is enough. Simone Weil stripped everything away to find what remains. The next woman spent 18 years sculpting what remained after the worst loss any parent can imagine. And what she created from that loss is standing right now in a cemetery in Belgium, kneeling in the rain. Keith Kollwitz was born on July 8, 1867, in Königsberg, in what was then East Prussia. She showed artistic talent early, studied in Munich and Berlin, and married Karl Kollwitz, a doctor who set up practice in a working-class neighborhood of northern Berlin. From the beginning, her art focused on the lives of ordinary people, workers, mothers, the hungry, the desperate. She drew and sculpted with a stark, unflinching honesty that made comfortable people uncomfortable, which is to say that she told the truth. In August 1914, the Great War began. Her younger son, Peter, was 18 years old. He was consumed by the patriotic fervor that swept across Europe in those first terrible, euphoric weeks, when everyone believed the war would be over by Christmas and that it would be glorious, and that dying for your country was the highest thing a young man could do. Keith supported him. She encouraged his desire to enlist. She signed the consent form. She believed, or allowed herself to believe, that what he was feeling was noble, and that what he was going to was meaningful, and that the risk was worth the cause. Peter was killed on October 22, 1914. In Flanders, in the Ypres salient, in the first weeks of the war. He had been a soldier for approximately 2 months. He was 18 years old. He had his mother's blessing, and now he was dead. The grief was catastrophic. But what made it worse, what made it specifically, uniquely, unbearably Kath's, was the guilt. She had supported this. She had signed the form. She had let him go. She had believed in the cause, and the cause had killed her son in less than 60 days. She did not break. That would have been simpler. Instead, she did something far more difficult and far more extraordinary. She began to sculpt. She conceived a memorial for Peter's grave. 2 figures, a mother and a father, kneeling, not together, apart, each isolated in their own grief, not touching, not comforting each other, not performing unity or resilience or any of the other things that public monuments to war dead usually perform. Just kneeling, alone, in the presence of loss so vast that even the person who shares it most fully cannot reach you across the gap. And she could not get it right. She worked on it. She remade it. She tore it apart. She started over. For years, the faces were wrong. The posture was wrong. The emotion was wrong. She was reaching for something with her hands that her mind could not fully articulate, a form that would contain the specific quality of parental grief, and the form kept eluding her. This went on for 18 years. 18 years. From 1914 to 1932. From a world that still had empires to a world that was about to lose them. From the trenches of the Great War to the shadows of the next one. She completed the grieving parents in 1932. They were installed at the German military cemetery at Władysław in Belgium, near where Peter fell. They kneel there still. Two granite figures, weathered by 90 years of Belgian rain, facing the flat headstones that mark the graves of young men who died before they were old enough to understand what they were dying for. And then the cycle repeated. Keith's grandson, also named Peter, was killed in World War II. The same grinding machine. The same consumption of young men by the ambitions of old ones. A different war with the same outcome. Keith Kollwitz died on April 22, 1945, 2 weeks before the end of the war in Europe. She was 77 years old. The gentle truth her 18 years offer to anyone grieving tonight is this: grief has no timeline. It is not a task to be completed. It is not a phase with an expiration date. It is not something you are supposed to get over, as though loss were a hill, and the other side were the place where you stop feeling it. Keith Kollwitz spent 18 years on two granite figures, because that is how long the grief needed to find its form. Not because she was slow, not because she was wallowing, because the form was difficult and the grief was vast, and the only honest response was to keep working until the stone told the truth. If you are grieving tonight, and someone has told you it has been long enough, know this: 18 years was not too long for Kollwitz. And, however long it has been for you, it is not too long either. Grief does not demand resolution. It demands expression. Find the form. Take your time. The stone will wait. Two stories remain before the last, and they address the two fears that visit people most often in the dark: the fear that your life does not mean anything, and the fear that you are not worthy of the life you have. The first is about a young man who wandered for 5 years without knowing what he was for, and then opened his mouth. His name was Narendranath Datta. The world knows him as Swami Vivekananda, and his story begins, as so many of the best stories do, with a death. In 1886, Sri Ramakrishna, one of the most revered spiritual figures in 19th century India, a man whose ecstatic devotion and extraordinary states of consciousness had drawn a circle of brilliant young disciples to the Dakshineswar Kali temple near Calcutta, died of throat cancer. He was barely 50 years old. Narendra was 23. He was the most questioning of Ramakrishna's disciples, the one who refused to accept anything without testing it, the one who would sit through an entire evening of mystical discourse and then ask, "But is this true?" He was also the most brilliant, with a voice that could fill a concert hall and a mind that moved between philosophy and humor, with an agility that made his elders both proud and nervous. And now, his teacher was dead, and his father had recently died, leaving the family in poverty. And he had taken monastic vows, which meant he was not supposed to earn money through conventional work. The two obligations, spiritual calling and family responsibility, tore at him like opposing currents in a river. In 1888, he left the monastery and began walking. For nearly 5 years, Swami Vivekananda walked across India. On foot, penniless. He slept in forests. He went days without food. He begged when he had to, and went hungry when begging failed. He was not following a plan or a pilgrimage route. He was simply walking through India, through doubt, through the question that would not leave him alone no matter how many miles he put between himself and the monastery. Is this real? Is my spiritual path genuine? Or is it my ego in disguise? He described this period with unsparing honesty. He doubted Ramakrishna. He doubted the spiritual tradition he had inherited. He doubted whether the universe had any purpose at all. He was, by his own account, in despair so deep that at one point he considered distributing his donated travel funds to the poor and quitting the monastic life entirely. But he kept walking, and, in walking, something was happening that 5 years of sitting in a monastery could not have achieved. He was seeing India, all of it. The poverty and the beauty, the cruelty and the kindness, the suffering that no amount of philosophy could explain, and the resilience that no amount of suffering could destroy. In 1893, through a chain of events that involved donated ship tickets, cancelled plans, and the kind of providential coincidence that religious people call grace and secular people call luck, Vivekananda arrived at the Parliament of the World's Religions in Chicago. He had no credentials. He had no invitation. He had no prepared speech. He had been walking for 5 years, and he looked like it. Through the intervention of sympathetic delegates, he was given a speaking slot at the end of the final day's program. He sat through hours of formal presentations by theologians and religious leaders who had prepared their speeches for months. Cardinals, bishops, Buddhist scholars, Hindu swamis, Jewish rabbis, Muslim imams, all rising, delivering their carefully crafted remarks, and sitting down again. When his turn came, Vivekananda stood before an audience of approximately 7,000 people in the Art Institute of Chicago. He was visibly nervous. He adjusted his orange turban. He looked at the crowd. And then he said 4 words: "Sisters and brothers of America." The hall erupted. 7,000 people leaped to their feet. The ovation lasted, by contemporary newspaper accounts, 2 full minutes. Before he had delivered a single philosophical point, before he had quoted a single text, before he had said anything at all, look beyond those 4 words. Not ladies and gentlemen, not esteemed delegates, not distinguished guests, sisters and brothers. The language of family, of kinship, of the radical proposition that the 7,000 strangers in that hall and the hundreds of millions of people they represented were not audiences or constituencies or demographics, but family. Related, connected, bound. He went on to deliver one of the most important speeches in the history of interfaith dialogue. He spoke about Hinduism not as an exotic curiosity, but as a living philosophical tradition of universal tolerance. But it was the opening that mattered. Those 4 words that 5 years of wandering, doubt, poverty, and near despair had distilled into the simplest possible human truth: we belong to each other. The gentle truth: the years when you do not know what you are for are not wasted. They are the years the purpose is being built inside you, invisibly. Like a building going up behind scaffolding, you cannot see the shape until the scaffolding comes down. And when it does, when the moment arrives, if you have done the walking, you will be ready. If you are in one of those years right now, be patient with yourself. The thing being built inside you does not look like anything yet, but it will. Vivekananda found his voice. The next man was told his voice did not matter, that he was a nobody from a nothing caste with nothing to say. And his response was to weave cloth by day and weave truth by night on the same loom until the truth became so undeniable that it was included in sacred scripture while he was still alive. His name was Kabir. He was born around 1440 in Varanasi, the holiest city in Hinduism, the city of Shiva, the city where the Ganges turns north and the Ghats descend to the burning water where the dead are cremated and released. He was born into the Julaha caste, Muslim weavers. If you want to understand what that meant in 15th century Varanasi, imagine being simultaneously the wrong religion and the wrong class in the most religiously stratified city on earth. The Julaha were low caste by Muslim reckoning and untouchable by Hindu reckoning. They were, in the eyes of both communities, nobody. His origins were obscure even by medieval standards. One tradition says he was abandoned by a Brahmin mother, an unwed woman who could not keep the child without destroying her own social standing, and raised by Muslim weaver parents. Another says he was born directly into the weaving caste. The uncertainty is itself significant because it meant that Kabir could not claim clear belonging to either community. He existed, from birth, in a no-man's land, between Hindu and Muslim, between high and low, between belonging and exile. He was too Muslim for the Hindus. He bore a Muslim name. He lived among Muslim weavers. He participated in Islamic cultural practices. The Brahmin establishment of Varanasi, the priests who controlled access to the divine through ritual and caste hierarchy, wanted nothing to do with him. He was too Hindu for the Muslims. He revered Hindu saints. He used Hindu metaphors and imagery in his poetry. He refused to limit his understanding of God to any single tradition or any single name. The Muslim establishment, the qazis, and the mullahs who insisted on the exclusive truth of their tradition wanted nothing to do with him either. And he was too low for everyone. The Julaha were near the bottom of every social system, Hindu or Muslim. Whatever category you use to sort humanity, Kabir came out at the bottom. His response was laughter and verse. He remained a working weaver his entire life. He never took an official religious position. He never founded an institution or established a lineage. He sat at his loom and wove cotton cloth by day, and by night he composed couplets, dohas, short, sharp, devastating verses that cut through the pretensions of both traditions with the precision of a shuttle passing through warp. His poetry attacked the Brahmins for their ritual obsessions. If God could be found by washing in the Ganges, the fish would have found him first. It attacked the mullahs for their exclusivism. If God lived only in a mosque, to whom does the rest of the world belong? It attacked the entire apparatus of organized religion, Hindu and Muslim alike, with a ferocity that was equaled only by its tenderness. Because underneath the attacks, underneath the mockery, underneath the razor-edged observations about hypocrisy and pretense, Kabir was saying something breathtakingly simple. God is here, right here, in the cloth, in the thread, in the loom, in the breathing, in the space between the in-breath and the out-breath. You do not need a priest or a mullah or a temple or a mosque. You need attention. You need to pay attention to the thing in front of you, whatever it is, and the divine will be there, because the divine is in everything, and the only thing preventing you from seeing it is the noise of your own performance. His verses were so powerful, so universally resonant, so manifestly true in a way that transcended the doctrinal categories that both traditions used to sort the world, that they were included in the Guru Granth Sahib, the sacred scripture of Sikhism. A low-caste Muslim weaver's words, sitting alongside the compositions of the Sikh gurus. That is the kind of authority that no institution can grant and no establishment can revoke. Even his death became a parable. When Kabir died, around 1518, his Hindu followers wanted to cremate him according to Hindu tradition. His Muslim followers wanted to bury him according to Islamic tradition. The two groups argued over his body. According to the legend, when they lifted the funeral shroud, they found only flowers. No body, just flowers. Kabir had escaped the last cage. He belonged to neither tradition in death, just as he had belonged to neither in life. And yet both claimed the flowers. Here is the gentle truth Kabir offers about self-worth. Not fitting in anywhere can be the beginning of seeing clearly everywhere. The thing that makes you an outsider, the quality that prevents you from being fully accepted by any single group, is not a flaw. It is a lens. Kabir saw what the Brahmins could not see because he was not a Brahmin. He saw what the mullahs could not see because he was not a mullah. He saw what nobody could see because he was nobody. And from that nobodiness, he spoke a truth so clear that it entered sacred scripture while he was still alive. Tonight, Be grateful for the thing that makes you different. It is not a curse. It is your truest gift. We have come to the last story, Nightlings. And I have saved this one for last, because it contains, I think, the gentlest truth of all. The one I most want you to carry into sleep. Her name was Etty Hillesum. She was born on January 15, 1914, in Middelburg, a small city in the southwestern Netherlands. Her father, Levi, was a headmaster. Her mother, Rebecca, had emigrated from Russia. They were Jewish. They were secular. They were, in most ways, a perfectly ordinary Dutch Jewish family in the early decades of the 20th century. Etty, at 27, was a mess. I say that with great affection, because she said it about herself with great honesty. In the diary she began keeping in 1941, she describes herself as scattered, anxious, self-absorbed, romantically entangled with multiple men simultaneously, including her much older therapist and landlord, Julius Speer, a student of Carl Jung, intellectually ambitious but unfocused, prone to smoking too much and worrying too much, and lying in bed too long in the mornings, wrestling with feelings she could not name. She was, in other words, recognizably modern, recognizably human, recognizably the kind of person you might be, or might know, or might have been at 27. And then, the worst thing imaginable began to happen around her. The Nazi occupation of the Netherlands was tightening its grip on the Jewish population. Restrictions on movement, yellow stars, the registration of Jewish property, the first deportation notices, the systematic, bureaucratic, unhurried dismantling of an entire community's right to exist. You would expect, reasonably, that this would make a scattered, anxious person more scattered and more anxious. That the external terror would amplify the internal chaos. That is what happens to most people under extreme stress. The already fraying threads snap. Etty Hillesum went the other direction. Through her work with Speer, through the diary, through a practice of inner attention that grew more disciplined and more spacious as the external world contracted, she found what can only be described as an inner fortress. A place inside herself that the Gestapo could not reach. Not because it was hidden, because it was made of something the Gestapo had no tools to destroy. She began noticing beauty, not in the way that a person in denial notices beauty, refusing to see the horror because the beauty is easier. In the way that a person with their eyes fully open, seeing both the horror and the beauty simultaneously, chooses not to let the horror colonize the last territory that belongs to her. She wrote about purple lupins standing tall and regal in a field near the transit camp, about the quality of late afternoon sunlight falling through a window, about birdsong filling the sky above Westerbork, the Dutch transit camp from which Jews were deported east, filling the sky with melody, while trains filled with people departed for Auschwitz. She saw both. The birds and the trains, the lupins and the lists. She refused to choose between them. She refused to pretend that the beauty was not there, and she refused to pretend that the horror was not there. She held both. And in the holding, she grew. She was offered opportunities to go into hiding, multiple times, by friends and acquaintances who had access to safe houses and false papers. She refused, every time. Instead, she volunteered to serve as a social worker at Westerbork. She went voluntarily into the transit camp, and she spent her days and nights comforting people who were waiting for trains. People who knew or suspected or refused to know that the trains were going somewhere from which there was no return. She held their hands. She listened to their stories. She brought them water and paper and whatever scraps of dignity she could carry. She was, by every account, a steady, luminous, unreasonable source of calm in a place designed to extinguish all light. On September 7th, 1943, Etty Hillesum was deported from Westerbork to Auschwitz. As the train pulled away from the camp, she managed to throw a postcard through a gap in the cattle car. It fell beside the railroad tracks. It was found by Dutch farmers and eventually delivered. The postcard said, "We left the camp singing." She died at Auschwitz on November 30, 1943. She was 29 years old. Her diaries survived. Her friend, Maria Twinsing, had kept them. They were published in 1981 as An Interrupted Life. They revealed one of the most extraordinary spiritual transformations of the 20th century, documented in real time, in the handwriting of a woman who watched her world contract to the dimensions of a cattle car, and whose inner world, in that same period, expanded to dimensions that scholars and theologians are still trying to map. Here is the gentle truth Etty Hillesum offers, the last truth of this long evening, the one I want you to carry into sleep, and, if it will fit, into tomorrow. Inner peace is not a product of safe circumstances. Read that again. Let it settle. Inner peace is not something that happens to you when the world finally calms down. It is not waiting for you at the end of the to-do list. It is not on the other side of the problem that keeps you awake. It is a practice, a discipline, something that can be cultivated even when the world is collapsing around you, even in a transit camp, even on a train, even here, even now, even tonight. Etty was scattered and anxious, like many of us. And then the worst thing imaginable happened. And instead of being destroyed by it, she grew. Her inner world expanded as her outer world shrank. She found beauty not because she was in denial, but because she understood, with a clarity that only comes from the very edge of things, that beauty and horror coexist. That one does not cancel the other. That the lupins and the trains are both real. And to see only one is to be half alive. Tonight, even if your mind is full of worry, even if the fears that brought you to this bed tonight are still circling overhead, can you notice one beautiful thing? The weight of the blanket on your body. The rhythm of your breathing, steady, steady, steady. The sound of my voice, still here, still with you, after all these stories, and all these miles, and all these centuries. The fact that you are here at all, alive, listening, in the dark. That noticing, that is the practice. That is Eti's gift. And it can begin right now. We have traveled a very long way tonight, you and I. 35 stories, 12 truths, 6 continents, 3,000 years. And the quietest truth of all is this: you already knew. You recognized these people, not because you had heard their specific stories, because the truths they carried are not foreign to you. They are inherited. They are in your bones, in the architecture of being human. A Chinese poet and a French monk both found that the cure for burnout is not rest, but presence. A Japanese hermit and an Iraqi mystic both found that loneliness dissolves when you stop needing. A French philosopher and an Indian teenager both found that death has a gentle face. A Dutch watchmaker and a South African prisoner both found that forgiveness is an act before it is a feeling. An Indian emperor and a Tibetan killer both found that the worst beginning does not determine the end. Different centuries, different gods, different languages, the same truths. That is evidence. Evidence that whatever you carry to this bed tonight, it has been carried before, and set down, and picked up, and set down, and survived. That is the rhythm, not a solution, a rhythm. You are not alone in this. You have never been alone. Since you made it this far, I am glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, nightlings. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.